Hello, everybody. Hope everyone is all right. Okay. Look orange. It's it's about almost 50 degrees Fahrenheit today here. It's plus 9 Celsius on my weather station, and but we're gonna go down to minus 9 tonight and minus 20 tomorrow night. So it's a temporary relief from the cold. But it won't last very long because I saw that next week we should have temperatures above in the 40s. So slowly, starting to look and smell like spring. We did have about 6 inches of snow this week, which was surprising. Because they did not say there would be that much snow. They were like, a couple of inches, maybe 2 inches. Sorry, maybe 2 inches. But man. So on the other side of the street, it says that starting tonight, they should be getting the snow out of the street. So we'll see what happens with that. So let me open the standard pages of what I use to check out stuff. I was thinking that we could look at what broadcasts are in Farsi to Iran. A lot of people have been logging Iran TV International 5885 and 9500. So a lot of people have been logging that for what's happening now in Iran, because for those that haven't looked at the news, we do have Israel and the United States that have striked Iran. Iran struck back at a couple of places, including some U.S. bases. So things are interesting. Let's call it that, like that. Okay, I will number stations with Priam, which will probably give me the standard number stations only in a 2 hours from now or something like that. So Priam and EIBI space, and of course pirate activity. We'll look at what's happening there and tune the bands anyways and look at what's happening. Propagation wise, what are we looking at? K-index 1.8. That ain't bad. Solar flux 139. It's could be interesting conditions today. We'll talk a bit about the sun also, because this week we had 3 days without any sunspots for the first time since 2022. So that also an indication of slowly the solar max is gone and slowly the solar activity is winding down. But don't worry, lots of time left. We'll talk about that. So let's start this. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone is all right. And hope that you guys like Brian Penny aren't covered in snow still and trying to figure out how to go through it. I know that there are a lot of places where on the East Coast where there are major power outages, and that goes very well with our team today, where If you don't know, yeah, the Environment Canada weather radio service is to be completely removed from Canada, discontinued on March 16th, which means that there will be no more weather radio. And it's an incredibly stupid decision. So, hey everyone, welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave Live Show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. We try to just have fun and, hey, tune the bands and talk about what's happening in radio, in the world of radio, and just, answer questions. Everybody's welcome here. Newbies to experts to people that have been listening for 60 years, people that have been listening for 6 months. And whatever age you are, this is a fun place to be. It's actually one of the best places to be, as people here are great and they respect each other. And this is what I like about the fact that we moderate while the groups. So this is of course, going to be a lot of fun. My name is Gilles. I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and it's always nice to have all of you here. There's a chat room where you can talk with others, you can chat, you can say hello, you can ask questions. Don't be shy. We've got, like I said, a great gang of people here, and that means that this is definitely the place to be. For just having fun with radio. We say it all the time. It's kind of a solitary hobby. So by having radio, well, you know what? This is a cool thing that we can share together through this virtual way of interacting with each other and having this live show every Saturday. Since, believe it or not, I still, can't believe it that the first live show was somewhere in 2013. So that means that we're 13 years of live shows. Never thought that it'd last that long, but it's cool to have everyone here. It's cool to be here. So after all of this is done, we have a Facebook group, which has the same name as the channel, official SWL channel. The Facebook group has 4,400 members. We're getting quickly towards that 5,000 member point, which is kind of cool for a Facebook group where people share the radios, what they're listening to, what's happening on the bands, and I post from time to time what I'm listening to or something unusual I hear. So it's fun. The interaction is fun. It gives it gives everybody the something to try to listen to. Sometimes you got that radio, you don't know what to do with it. You're like, well, where do I tune? What do I punch in a frequency, or what could I be listening to right now? Well, by having all of this going, well, you can just hang out on the Facebook group, or and just look at, okay, somebody just posted that. Okay, this is on right now from where he is. Let me try it. Let me punch in that frequency. So I wish, though, that the Facebook group would be more actual proactive. It's kind of weird the way things, sometimes you post something and people don't see it like before 6 hours after it's already over. That's kind of sad. It'd be better if it just, do the timeline. But hey, we do what we can. And if you like what I do, I've been telling you guys that it's been extremely important, that it has a tremendous effect. It's been really good. Donations have helped me go through 2025, continuing the live show. Let's keep this going. And part of how it can continue to grow and to continue to be here every Saturday, and the channel continued having, videos of all sorts of things radio-wise. Super chat here in the chat room. You can give a little something. And, of course, there's Chinese food fund for tonight, and cat treats for Paul through PayPal, also at this email. You also can use the official Shortwave Radio email that if you use it to email me, that also sends the money to the same account. So thank you so much for your donations, guys. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for keeping this going. Lots of regular contributors every week, and some generous donations from many people. Really, really cool to have everyone here. And don't worry about, yeah, but so I don't have a lot of money. I can give something, but it's, I'm shy. It's going to be just, $1. It's like, it doesn't matter. $1 is $1. The amount doesn't, I don't care about the amount. What I care is, showing your support is all I ask, and it's kind of cool. So through the super chat or through PayPal. And thanks everybody for being here. Okay, so lots of things happening. Woke up this morning with, oh, look at that. Bombs are falling on Iran. And, of course, this week, surprise, surprise, I first saw the announcement of the weather radio broadcast going by Ricky Long in Ricky in Calgary that we see here in the chat regularly. He's the first one to, I believe, have posted that information. And so I started going through okay, this is nonsense. This can't be. And I started a little campaign where I decided that, you know what, if you want to complain about it, there are things you can do. And let me just share here the information about where you can send an email to the minister that's responsible of Environment and Climate Change Canada, as they call it. And so here is the info. Let me just find it. Won't be very long. Okay, here it goes. This is this one. It's not this one. Let me find the the info that I posted. Won't be long. There's an email, and I'll share a phone number where you can actually here we go. So the minister that is in charge of Environment and Climate Change Canada is Julie DeBruzen. And here is some info, the email, and some phone numbers. I would encourage all Canadians watching this live show to go and send an email complaining and saying to everybody, this is nonsense, shouldn't be. So do email or phone to the numbers that are here. So it's going to be important if we want to try at least to reverse the decision. The main reason they're giving for the decision is that it's an aging technology and that it's costing more and more money to maintain and that they can't really continue. So I guess maybe the budget that they have is needs maybe an increase. So, and I think that this is part of a lot of younger people maybe working at Environment Canada and Climate Change Canada, not understanding that this is important and maybe not even knowing what it is. And they're like, well, why do we keep this going? I don't see. We all have our alerts on our cell phones. Well, no, we don't. Canada, the size of Canada, the amount of places where your cell phone and your internet is not there, but you will have access to a weather radio broadcast is surprising. On their own website, and this is to take note, on their own website, they say that a weather radio with alert should be like a smoke detector. Everybody should have one. Second, they say at another paragraph that weather radio broadcasts reach 90% of the Canadian population. 90%. And I mean, when those weather alerts are, when the weather alerts are, happening, when there's a severe thunderstorm, anybody that lives in any place where things can change quickly, look in the United States tornado alley, and just look everywhere when it's like in the summertime. It's a beautiful, sunny, hot day, and suddenly in 20 minutes, we go from a beautiful day to all hell's breaking loose because there's a severe thunderstorm. The only place where we get alerts in a fast enough way is weather radio. Weather radio, I've looked at like the apps and stuff. Well, weather radio often does it way before any other ways that we have to look at the weather. And look at the fact that there's a lot of people that could be in a situation where their cell phone's out of coverage and their internet, there's no internet. Well, weather radio is the only way they're going to get that alert and maybe go to safety before bad things happen. You're cutting that out. These people don't understand what this is. These people have no idea. And I just can't believe that a country like Canada is going to cut the weather radio broadcasts. That is mind-boggling and even irresponsible. You know what? If somebody a family would lose a family member because there's no more weather radio broadcasts, and that would have saved their lives, man, they should sue the government. Show them, look, you know what? Somebody died because of you, because of stupid decisions. I mean, the federal government in Canada spends so much crap money on all sorts of things that are not worth it. Sorry, weather radio is worth it. There was a interesting phrase that I caught. CTV News had a highlight on that, and we're going to actually play it on the International Radio Report tomorrow. And it just hung with me. So here we have Ricky, the first one, I believe, to have mentioned the demise of the Environment Canada weather radio service. So the phrase that was in that report was, even if it saves only one life, isn't one life worth the money of all the transmitters broadcasting weather radio in Canada? And I thought, yeah, maybe it could be your life, could be mine. I just can't believe it. I hope that by writing to the minister, by having this little campaign, that we can reverse that decision. And it seems like it's a decision that's taken in a way that they want to make sure we don't have time to respond. There was no advance announcement. From what I know, they didn't, go out and ask the population, what do you think, or do you use weather radio, and blah, blah, blah. It just came out of the blue, and it's like, oh, March 16, we're closing the thing. No more. That sounds more like, let's do it quickly to make sure nobody can respond and we can just get that thing off. It sounds almost like Radio Canada International demise. Let's do it as fast as we can. Like that, well, we can't come back now because it's going to cost too much money. I just can't believe it. I personally just can't believe it. And of course, all the weather radios that are not going to work anymore. This is going to become useless. You know, the only one I'm going to get the Burlington, Vermont weather on 162.400. That's it. And so that ain't going to be that much use here in Montreal. So all the thousands of weather radio stations, that will not serve any purpose anymore. It's stupid. It's just stupid. I'm sorry, but that is the stupidest decision I've seen in a long time from any government. You know, and I mean governments do stupid things all the time. But this is one of the stupidest in a long time from, you know, I mean, come on, a country like Canada can spend the money to keep that alive. Please. Okay, chat room, Jay Watterson69, nice to have you on board. I'm going to take a sip of beer. It's going to calm me down because now I'm all hyped up with that weather radio crap. Or maybe it's going to make it worse. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. And 0 Celsius, 32 Fahrenheit. Tosilo, nice to have you on board from Alabama. Free to choose, nice to have you here from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. J'espère que tu vas bien. Mike B, nice to have you here from Colorado. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here. MPRTVG is WA5107 SWL. And Morgan City, Louisiana. Brian Leesner, nice to have you here from Philadelphia. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado. Shortwave Signals 23, nice to have you here from sunny Florida. Skidology, nice to have you here from Southern Ontario. Idaho Head, nice to have you here. Hang in there. I'm looking at all sorts of situations. You know how complicated it is right now for me to do something with that freaking box that's there. I'm looking at all the options, and I'm sorry for the delay, but man, I never thought it would be that complicated to do something. And my friend that was supposed to go to the U.S. is not going, so because the event he was going to was canceled. So we're back to square one. So I'm gonna try to take care of this week. Nice to have you here, Ido, Ed. RJ Dakota, nice to have you on board from Wentzville, Missouri. Skidology, I missed the broadcast for VORW. Apparently there was no broadcast this Saturday anyways. Idaho Ahead says radio event loud and clear up here earlier this week. Yeah, they've been having a few times where it wasn't too bad. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Perry, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Ryan Jacob, nice to have you here from Lake Charles, Louisiana, KI5GZO. Robert Varner, nice to have you here, KC2TEL in New Jersey. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. VT Radio, nice to have you on board from Northern Vermont. AA1SU, Paul. And went to a Hamfest and managed not to buy anything. So, Dax Farr, nice to have you on board from Frankfurt in Germany. Bobby said, I don't see a USA shirt on you. I should have told you that the last CIDX meeting, but ran out of time. Why should I wear a USA shirt? Don Royal, nice to have you on board from Sun City, Arizona. Galba, nice to have you here. Tosino, sounds like winter is still in full force there. Yep. 75 in Alabama. That's perfect weather. 75 is like perfect outdoor radio weather. Kenneth Matheson, nice to have you here from Finland. Kenneth Matson. Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts, where you were pretty much under the snow. I hope everything is getting back to normal slowly. Tosanov, haven't heard the Iran station yet. Elmer Time, nice to have you here. AD7LN. So like I said, Tosanov, they say that the aging equipment is costing more and more money to maintain, and that they just can't stretch the budget to continue that. ZY3WR, so it looked like Radio Free Asia is back on shortwave. What I am confused about is that they broadcast right now for an hour, but they have 15-minute broadcasts at 23, then at 01. Okay. Ryan Jacob, it's so short-sighted because cell phone service isn't everywhere, especially in a geographically vast country like Canada. Yep. Kamikaze, 1976. Nice to have you here from West Michigan. RJ Dakota says that can be a dangerous situation, especially out on the lake. Cell towers sure wouldn't go that far. Well, when a couple of years back, there were a few stations. They had chosen a few stations to turn off, which they finally didn't. And one guy that was watching my channel is in Magog, Quebec, and he goes boating on the Lake Benfré Magog, which is a big lake. And he said that when he's in the middle of the lake, his cell phone doesn't work, but he does receive the weather alerts. And he said it's important for me to get the weather alerts because it warns me of severe thunderstorms, so I can go back to shore quickly, not to get stuck in a heavy thunderstorm in the middle of the lake. Because anybody that knows or lives near a big lake, a big thunderstorm, that lake is like an ocean. It's like it's crazy. So that was one of them, and it's like, yeah, people need weather radio. And, they're saying, oh, well, go to the marine weather broadcast. I'm sorry, but the marine weather broadcasts are slow as hell as to just talk about any alerts of anything. And, I mean, it's a marine broadcast. It's not for, the general weather of anything. So, Brian Eisner, my M-Line 880 sitting next to me plugged into an external speaker as the audio popping in and out. Contacted support. Okay. Have you just kind of maybe reset it or something? ZY3WR, also VOA in Persian is back too. Yep. 7590, 9915, and 11575 strong here. So, is it broadcasting right now? Just out of curiosity. Let me just check. I'm not getting anything on 11575, but, that's towards Iran. So, Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. RJ Dakota says radio much more robust than scrappy cell tower service. So, yeah. And Brian Leesner says, yeah, that sucks. Yeah. Blogadai, nice to have you here from Central Virginia, outdoors on the patio, which is WUT antenna, the wire up tree, and the ATS-25 Max decoder, if I can find an adapter. Joseph, nice to have you on board from San Francisco Bay, California. Well, it might not be defective. It might just be something is there a reset? There must be a reset on that radio. Maybe you could reset the radio and it's going to come back to normal. Just there must be a way to do that, and I guess maybe you already did it, but just a suggestion in case you didn't think about it. Because these things are usually pretty tough. It's kind of hard to think that there would be a defective one. Let me check the email. And here we go. Email is okay. And by the way, thank you, Kevin Davidson, Blogger Die, and Brian Leisner for your donation. Much appreciated through PayPal. And nothing else on email right now. Just as we logged off last week, somebody had sent an email saying hello, but it was already too late. So, what else do we have? Skidology, got sick of pizza? Yeah, I'm getting a little tired of pizza. Bernie SLU, nice to have you here. Don't forget to spring forward. It's not tomorrow, it's next week, right? The 8th, it's next week in North America. Let me check it out to make sure, but I'm pretty sure it's next week. Time change 2026. March 8th, yep, in a week's time. Sunday, March 8th at 2 a.m. So next Saturday will be the last show that's going to be at local time 3 p.m. here. It's going to move to 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So that always has this little moment where we're, going to be lost with our UTC time. That's why having a clock that's already in UTC is a good thing. A good thing. And you know what? Last day of February today, it also means 1 month left to the A25 schedules. We are going in a month's time already to be changing to the A26 schedules, and the B25 schedules only has a month left. So if you have your favorite broadcast that you hear because of that frequency change, remember that in a month's time, everything's going to go and messed up again as we have the new frequencies that will be valid for the summertime in the northern hemisphere and the wintertime in the southern hemisphere. So that's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. I know that the HFCC list is already being constructed with all the broadcasts, so we're going to check it out. So, Bernie, it's not tomorrow, it's next week for the time change, March 8th. And that, by the way, is for North America, because Europe doesn't have the time change the same as us. Time change in Europe for is going to be Sunday, March the 29th at the end of the month. So, I mean, they're going to only change March 29th. So that's interesting. Mike B says, thumbs up. Yeah, we have to. ZOA3WR, so 48.95 is a Pirate Radio Mystery 21. Cool. Joseph says, Weather Radio is my favorite. Chicopee Radio, nice to have you here from Massachusetts. Not feeling well today. Well, you know what? Just relax, watch a show, and have a cup of anything that makes you feel better with, coffee, tea, cocoa, or, anything else that could be also helping out. But do, just take care and enjoy. Hank Mayer, nice to have you here. Hank sent an email to the minister and my local MP today. Cool. Doesn't know. I'm sure they're getting tons of emails. I hope. Skidology, you live somewhere in Europe, so you'll get different pirate stations than we get in North America. Yeah, in Europe, they're different, absolutely. Yeah, and you're in midday there, Joseph, so 48.95 is not going to be... and Radio Mystery 21 is a European pirate. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. Strange that they would end such a vital service. Somebody's not thinking right. I'm going to tell you that. Kenneth Matson says my Texan PL 990X running with external antenna. Cool. Chicopee Radio, is WWV coming in on 25? Yeah, I was hearing it just now before I changed the frequency. It was coming in, absolutely. Weather is critical, says Ken Matson. Absolutely. So the Y3WR, the only weather station I can catch is the Royal Air Force Valmet on 5450. And those hours, and Shannon Valmet 5505. Mohammed Ali, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, my friend. No problem, Bernie. Yeah, there's a rule. I thought also that it was the first Sunday of the month, but I guess it's March 8th. Fred Waterer, nice to have you here. Old Radios, nice to have you here. Skidology, now the only way to get weather radio when the power goes out is to listen to your local FM station. And even that, I mean, local radio is just, not there. It's that half of the shows are pre-recorded, so there's just no warning and no announcements of anything. Ricky, nice to have you here. Ça va bien? Hope you are well also. And thanks for telling us about the weather radio, which is very sad news. RJ Dakota, I had one of those weather alert radios, and it was indeed tremendous. The only reason we gave it up was because the unit itself finally went out. Priceless technology and supremely important. Yep. Somebody was telling me, well, nobody knows about weather radio, and I said to that person, I said, majority of people don't know about the weather radio service, but the people who need it know that it exists. So I can bet you that in Tornado Alley, a lot of people have a weather radio because they need one. They need to have those advanced alerts that something's coming. When you live somewhere where you need one, you know that you have one, and you know it exists. And it should have been more popular. I guess maybe there weren't enough of advertisements, but they're probably more than I would say there are more than 100,000 people in Canada that knows about it and probably maybe owns a radio that would listen to that. Okay, it's far from the 30 to 40 million population of Canada, but it's there's more people that maybe we know, and there's a lot of people that have one. We have no idea that they have one, but it's an important piece of technology. Old radio's weather, but at least let the people know when it does. Yep. Hank Mayer. Let me just go up. No, up. Okay, here we go. Let's go down. So Hangmayer says, last June I got a tornado warning on my weather radio when camping in Ottawa area. None of our cell phones showed an alert. Yep, absolutely. Weather radio is the best service for a quick announcement that something bad's happening. They're the quickest. It's there, what's happening before anywhere else. That's even a better reason to keep it. Kenneth Matson says cell and network technology is so fragile when it really counts. Yep, absolutely. Spindle Twister, has anybody invested in Shoyang WT2? Would be kind of cool to have a SWL group on certain time to meet up and chat. Yeah, that could be a good idea, to create a group where we could talk, and that's a good idea. It's a good idea. Joseph, not making political, but recently there was a huge telecom media buyout. I wonder if that monopoly takeover of our telecom resources is having downstream effects because of AI. And well, there's so much so many companies are buying out other companies that we're getting less and less diversity in what we watch and listen, and that is never a good thing. RJ Dakota says our smart speakers or Alexa devices warn me of severe storms, which is a plus. I don't know they would do that. I didn't know they would do that. Well, that's good, but your internet needs to work. In a case where it's something where your internet works and all, yeah, that's good, absolutely. But there are places where that cannot be used, or there are places where, or there are times when the where you are, or the weather is bad and you got no more power, and now that doesn't work anymore, and you might be out of power for several days because of a dangerous situation. Well, now you need that weather radio. There needs to be an alternative in case. Idaho Head, thanks for your patience. Bring me blue skies. Nice to have you here from the UK. James Farley had All India Radio in English, which I believe at 2030 it shut down. J Projects, nice to have you here from San Diego, California. What else do we have? Dusseldorf, I guess the weather band is adjacent to or in the marine band. There's another 5 weather channels above the regular 7. Yeah, they're not very far apart. The weather channels are in the 162 megahertz range, where the marine band channels are in the 161 megahertz range. So just below. Some weather radios actually have the extra channels. Some have a mix of both in them. I have one here, I don't remember which one, that when you tune the different channels, I get two of the broadcasts here, but not all weather radios go there. RJ Dakota and DCNN, which is part of WBD, now owned by, buying everything is not a good idea. Bobby Burgess. Oh, you're talking about the Olympics, the gold. Yeah, no, I'll abstain from having a USA T-shirt. Man. But hey, you got gold on both the men and women's team for hockey. That's good. 0-100. Nice to have you here. KD2ANN, New Jersey. Nice to have you on board. Kenneth Matson says Finland got the bronze. Yeah, we got silver. Rob Cindy, nice to have you on board from the Netherlands, SWL5072. Mike B, we always check weather before we do anything in the Rockies here in Colorado. Always bring a weather radio just in case. There can be rapid, drastic changes. Yep, absolutely. In the time of when it's really hot and muggy outside here in Montreal, it's not a bad idea to go and bring a weather radio, because here in Montreal, in those really hot summer days, it could be sunny and beautiful, and 20 minutes later it's huge thunderstorms and crazy weather in no time. Idaho Head, 100% agree about lake storms. Lake, anyway, can be wild in a storm. Weather radio is a must-have. Yep. The Dupa, nice to have you here. SOL Signals says, I am enjoying World Radio Network via WRMI. Nice to hear other countries' news culture since they don't have their own shortwave stations anymore. Yeah, that is actually a really, really good, really good idea of having the. I wish they would have it 24 hours. Put it on a frequency and just have that, and we can enjoy. It adds, new stuff that we can listen to. Brian Leisner rebooted, did everything I could. Yeah. Is there a menu in it? There's no, there's no way in a menu that it might have internally where you go into the menus and somewhere in that menu there's a reset the radio. Blogadai, my pricey Zeus SZWS C919 stopped working on FM. No sound. Reset now, waiting 24 hours with batteries out. Huh. Tosinlov, not hearing 11875 on Memphis QE. Hearing over the horizon on 11875 or jamming signal. Finally, is there only the headphone output? Speaker out is fine. Bluetooth output is fine. Huh. Okay. Kenneth Matson, eat too much pizza and hamburgers. ZY3WR, when's the next frequencies change happen and what's changing? So yeah, end of last Sunday of March, where the new schedules will be starting. Last Sunday of March. So most stations are changing most of their frequencies. Not everybody, but a big chunk of all the stations are going to change their frequencies. Most of them. If they want to broadcast to a certain target area, they will adapt that schedule for the new season, summer or winter season, depending on the northern and southern hemisphere. So the majority of stations change their frequencies. So, old radios, I'm just glad the crappy part of the year is over. Old radios says when our birthdays roll around, that's when the year really starts. Okay. Could Canada weather? Someone's not thinking with their head. Nope. This is where I think that the people that are behind this are not just like, finding ways to save money. I think it might be also a generation thing. If the people that decide these services are not useful might be young and not even know what they are, so they can't think, they think their technology, their cell phone, and the internet's going to do it all anyways, because that's what they are faced with. So it could be that the people behind the decision are so they are so sure that we all have a smartphone and we'll all have an alert when the weather goes. Don't understand that no, it's not like that, and it's not everywhere that it works, and there are places where weather radio is really needed. David Ward, nice to have you here from Texas. J Projects, I was hearing hams in Thailand and the Philippines on 10 meter around 01 Zulu. Pretty cool. Steve Burnham ordered a Genoco loop antenna for my Texan radios. So cool. Let us know how it goes. All radios likes using Google Translate for the WT2. Blagadai, the problem with weather radios for home everyday use is that weather alerts drain the battery, so they have to be kept plugged in. Yeah, well, most of them, like the one I have here, this is how it's actually working. This is So it's supposed to be you hang it on a wall, and you have the power adapter plugged in. And if the power goes out, then it switches to the batteries. So that's kind of the way it's meant to be. Because yeah, if it keeps checking the signal all the time for the weather alert, what happens is that it doesn't. The batteries will drain absolutely. So that's Jasmine. Nice to have you here from Seattle. We have old radios. I watched an old tech TV show from 2001 talking about hacked cards for cable and satellite to watch direct TV programs. Oh, God. That's old stuff. I remember a friend of mine. I would go to this place and he would have all of these cards that he would plug in and program via his computer and then put it in and see if it works. And at some point there were some codes that he would enter, and it's like he put it in and it's like, oh, look at that, it works. It's great. It does work now. Oh man. At that time there was a lot of people were mad at Bell, particularly Bell, because here Bell, when they would see a dish on the roof and they would go into a database which would tell them that you're not subscribed to any satellite TV service, they would go and take the antenna out. And a lot of people went to court against Bell saying, well, what are you doing? You're not allowed to do that. That's my house and my dish, and it's none of your business. And the ones that it made people mad more is that I remember seeing a TV documentary where they were showing that some communities here in Montreal, like for example, Iranian people were watching Iranian TV through a dish that would point into a different direction. It would point to a satellite where they could receive Iranian TV for free. And there were other services also. And they would say, well, they took out my dish. It's not even pointing in the direction of the dish that Bell uses for satellite TV. And so what are you doing? And there were many court orders that said, no, you're going to have to go put the antenna back and make sure it works. You can't go on the roof of people and just, take out antennas because you think there might be they might be stealing satellite TV or stuff. AT8000 FT faint 14297 upper sideband. Jim Gordon. Yeah, that's the 20-meter amateur band. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Scotland. What else do we have? Well, Joe Hawkins, just no religion, no politics, zero. Old radios had Sirius XM. From 2003 to 2016. I like, but streaming got easier over that 13-year period of time. Man. So, cool on radios, new iPad. Tristan, yesterday there was a major power outage in Newfoundland. All but one of the local radio stations went off the air. A good example why weather radio is still an important service. Yep, definitely. 1990 Sunbird, nice to have you here. So Ricky is starting to do all the mesh stuff. Nice to have you here, 1990 Sunbird. Jim Gordon, Canadian. Lise Doucet has been really busy on the BBC with the current situation in Iran. She is a favorite broadcaster of mine. Yeah, she's been there for a while. It's amazing how the BBC has people everywhere when something happens. I love that. Tosalov, they have those mandatory type cell phone warnings for tornadoes here. You have to actually click OK first to be able to use your phone for anything else. So yeah, kind of cool to so here we go. Yeah. So anyways, the NOAA weather stuff is nasty. I just can't believe that we are, you know, we are going to maybe lose that. Personally, I find it so so short-sighted. Somebody doesn't know what this is and thinks it's unimportant, which is sad. It's very sad because honestly. The other bit of news this week is the solar activity. We did have 3 days with 0 sunspots for the first time since 2022. So our solar activity is still, going on strong. Don't worry, guys. We're still going to have, some good days. Actually, the solar activity is already picking up a little bit, and I know there's a big sunspot that's about to rotate into view, which is going to increase that solar activity. So that, don't worry. We still have a few good years of the cycle left. But I'm not one of those that goes crazy over the solar cycle ups and downs. Like I always say, I've had DX anytime, low or high solar activity. I've had DX and some really cool DX almost any time of any cycle. So, Kev Michael, nice to have you here. Been watching BBC TV right now with worse stuff. And what else do we have? Okay. ZY3WR, yeah, had 15770 all week because of solar activity. So, it's something that is interesting to check out. And the solar cycle is still, we're still pretty high in that solar cycle. I don't expect that we'll have a lot of those days without sunspots this year. But it's a warning. It's telling us that slowly we're going in the downward spiral of solar cycle 25. Let's check. You know what? Let's check a little bit the bands and see. We'll get some propagation indication. Let me try. I want to try the RWM Moscow time signals. So it's not on 14996. It's not at 9996 either. So yeah, it's interesting to see what's. So let's go up. Let's go to this 16 meter band in the 17 megahertz range. And let's go and check out what's there. What are the stations there? So Radio Africa in English. Radio Africa in English on 17790. That's from WRMI. And that broadcasts to Europe, if I'm not mistaken. That is broadcasting to Europe at this time. Whoops. Lost my page. So it's what we call. They used to have their own transmitters. It's what they call the Pan American Broadcasting Radio Africa. So it's coming in not super strong, but it's there. What else do we have? The next one here is 17715, which is Radio Exterior de España, I believe. Yeah, Radio Exterior de España coming in right now. 17715. Anything else? Nothing else there. Let's go and see if we get the what is it? KFS 17018. Let's 16. 17016. So I'm hearing KFS in California. And with the Morse code. So that comes in. Let's check out the 16 megahertz. Anything in 16 megahertz of interest. Very quiet. Let's try the Russian single letter beacons. They're what, 16.3? That's the exact frequency. 16.332. From 331.7 to 332.4. So let's go to 16331. Not hearing any of them. So let's go to 16. Let's go down to 19 meter band. See what's there. So of course we have 15770 WRMI. Look at that. That sweeper going through. Another one, Iona sound. It's interesting they all drop here. Radio Martí on 15380. A carrier with what looks like very weak audio. This must be Radio Havana, Cuba, with, you know, carriers there, but the audio's not. So this has to be Radio Havana, Cuba. And finally, WWV at 15 megahertz. So pretty quiet 16, 19 meter band right now. So the higher frequencies don't seem to be as good, so we'll see as time goes by. With all the different things that's out there. So my for the I've got the weather radio on my CB radio here, my 980 SSB. I'm hearing the Environment Canada weather radio. I got CHU on 7850 on the ICOM. So we'll try to get the announcement when it goes to the announcement that the weather service is going to be discontinued. Okay, Michael says they talk about NOAA weather radio being decommissioned. Once again, those are stupid decisions. Sheldon Harvey, nice to have you on board. And he's sharing an all-English TV channel streaming from Iran called Press TV. So if anybody wants to try that. Soul Radios is at his dad, so not with his radios. Blogger Die is 17790, perfect signal. Kev Michael says Outpost Radio 1270 Bear Island, Norway. Been coming in a week at 1 in the morning. Dostolovs gets 17790, strong in Alabama. Blogger Die 17715, lovely signal. Gamleman, nice to have you here. Harold LB1NH from Norway. Much nice to have you here. AT 8,000 feet, barely getting 17790 off the whip on the PL330 in Vancouver, BC. Yeah, the 17790 is probably broadcasting due east towards Africa. TVDXer, salut, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here. And 5KVO in South Texas. We have Dustinlov has 17715 strong. Paul D. Julian, what shortwave radio would recommend for someone in an apartment? Well, any good radio is any radio that we talk about that is a good radio, like, Texan PL330 or receivers like that, the XH Data D808. There's no better radio for an apartment. It's mostly the antenna that will be what will happen especially if your apartment is very noisy. You're going to have a very hard time getting anything. So you might need something like an antenna, like a magnetic loop antenna or something like that to help out. Kevin Michael has 14 through 30 SoulScan television from Georgia and Kansas on the Kiwi SDR yesterday. AT 8000 17016 USB strong in Vancouver, BC. Microwave Mic. C-Crane SSB is good. Takes up no space. It's really good reception. So I would go more for a Texan PL330, which is much less expensive and better in many ways than the Skywave. And because it has a very precise frequency tuning, you can calibrate the tuning and be exactly on frequency and single sideband, where C-Crane uses, a BFO type of, a fine-tuning type of tuning. It makes it very difficult on some broadcasts in single sideband to really get a clear understanding, especially when there's music. So, the C-Crane Skywave SSB, I have one here. It's okay. But it would not be my first choice at all, personally. What else do we have? What else do we have? Dosonos CW on 17016 here. Skidology, as Glenn Hauser always says, something is always wrong on radio. Havana, Cuba. Yep. Kevin Michael, WWV 15 megahertz is weak. David Ward, 15140, very strong carrier and some talking in the background. It almost sounds like they're being jammed. No, they're not jammed. They have tons of problems with their transmitters. UFSC 2026, nice to have you here. Tosanov has a wideband signal on 17450. David Ward's getting a strong carry on 15035. Is it stable, or does it vary like a shortwave signal? Because sometimes you got to be careful when you get a carrier. Sometimes it could be something local. So if you don't touch the radio, you notice the S meter or the signal level just doesn't change. I don't know what you could be getting on 15035. This 15034 is the Canadian Trenton military, which I don't know if it's back. It's been off the air for a while. About 15. Can anybody check out 15034 and to see if it's broadcasting? 15034 upper sideband, because apparently it's been missing for several weeks now. Jim Gordon monitored Voice of Korea today at 14 on 12015. I've not heard them for quite a while. Reception of the French program was poor due to the code channel QRM from Mongolia. Ricky, the noise on HF here. Is not improving. Sadly, there is something new over top of 15 and 17 megahertz, and that I have great difficulty nulling out. Oh man. Pretty choose. Why do you cut the weather radio service but not CHU Canada? Well, at first it's not at all the same. It's not the same minister. The CHU Canada is under the science and innovation part of the government, and there is time signal stations are not cut for the most part because they are of great importance many times for accurate time and certain conditions. We might think that, well, today we have all of these devices with GPS and yeah, but when there's solar storms and all sorts of things, the signals are skewed, and so your time isn't accurate anymore on any of those devices that use satellite. Yet the CHU or the WWV time signal might still be very accurate, even if distorted slightly. There's all sorts of reasons to keep a service or not. But I know that the scientific community, especially in astronomy fields, things like that, rely on WWV, CHU a lot when they're in the field where some of the other technology might not be as good for what they need. Weather radio, well, it's important, but somebody doesn't understand what it is. But the same could happen with CHU Canada. It could be, some young guys that suddenly take over that place, that part of the government, and they work, and they're like, well, why are we broadcasting the time on radio all the time? We've got all of these. Our smartphones have the time, and it's accurate. Yeah, but accurate. There's accurate and accurate, and that's the thing. Kevin Michael, Radio New Zealand on 17 megahertz is not coming at all. Weird. Nicole, nice to have you here from the UK. G6PGV, greetings. Nice to have you here. I've been commissioning a friend, RCA AR88, that has been in storage 40 years today. It did come to life. Cool. So Trenton just started. Okay. Because there's no carrier with Trenton Military. You shouldn't be hearing a carrier with it. Trenton Military is really upper sideband. Maybe you're getting something else that's on the frequency. I don't know. Interesting. Could be some signal from somewhere else. Shortwave signals, been hearing it very good in Florida. Skidology heard it yesterday, 6754, so they're back. Okay. David Ward says not 15035 is giving aviation weather. So it's there. It's running right now. All right. Blackguard Eye here, male voice 15034 upper sideband. Cool. So it's back. It's back. It's aviation weather. They should say it's aviation weather. It's not marine weather. Especially that is part of the aviation air band also. I never hear that. I never hear that frequency here in general. And while checking it, David Ward, I am hearing a faint carrier. So you're right on the carrier for sure, because I hear a very faint carrier when I play with the VFO. I could hear the faint carrier and upper sideband. That is there, but it's very weak. So it's interesting. SWL signals 23, hearing it good in Florida. Scatology, I've heard Trenton Military yesterday. So it's back on the air because it was off for several weeks. I was listening to Glenn Hauser's World of Radio. Ricky can hear the Trenton Volmet on 15034 USB on down moments SDR. Cool. Nicole says these old radios have a lovely warm sound and can have excellent performance. Yeah, a lot of these, they have usually have a big speaker, and they have it's like that Westinghouse here that's from 1949. I mean, this thing sounds beautiful when you turn it on and listen to music or broadcasts. It's just really, really cool. These old radios, because of they're big and they have space to put big speakers in it. That is the main. When people tell me, well, today's transistor radios don't sound the same. Yeah, but they don't have the same speakers. They don't have the big speakers of the day. Plus the casing, the wooden casing, or the way that it's done, or the metal casing, and some often kind of helps amplify and make that sound beautiful. Free to choose some broadcasts in Mandarin on 11610. Yep, that comes out of Madagascar. It's KNLS Alaska rebroadcasting through Madagascar in Mandarin. So if you're hearing it on AM, it's because the carrier you're listening to, the carrier I'm getting here, is making you listen to it, because it's not an AM signal at all. So you have that carrier mixing with Trenton Military and sideband, and it completes that's why you hear it. 1990 Sunbird lives about an hour away from Trenton, Ontario. RJ Dakota says there's another carrier mixing with 15034, so that's why it sounds with AM. Yep. Galba have just picked up 15034 from Northern Ireland. That's good. Blackguard Eye. Toast enough, lots of FT2 today, and by the way, I did my first FT2 contacts last week. I installed the software, and 20 meters was pretty good on the FT2 side. I made maybe about 20-25 contacts from Europe using FT2. Man, that mode is quick as hell. I mean, 11 seconds and you're complete contact is done. It's just crazy. So it was fun to try it. It was really fun to try it out. I was wondering why people weren't moving, and I didn't think about that at first. Why people were not moving from like FT8 to FT4, and now with FT2. But it's something I didn't think about, but now realize that the fact that it's shorter, the sample of frequencies is not as good. So FT4 is not as sensitive as FT8, and FT2 is not as sensitive as FT4 and FT8. So they go faster, but you have some trade-off. They're not going to be as effective in a noisy signal that you're trying to DX. But it's kind of cool to try the FT2 though. Scatology not picking up 15034, but here's it's on the dawn moment SDR. David Ward says they just ID Trenton military aviation. So yeah, it's that carrier that you have that's making you hear it in AM, because it's not. It's really not AM. So it's that I hear the carrier slightly here, and it's not very strong, but it's there. So I don't know where that carrier comes from. I'm kind of curious. Mute Zone, nice to have you here, Mad Radio DXer. Mike WX50, thank you so much for the donation via PayPal. Thank you so much. And by the way, don't forget that if you like what we do, I'm here all the time. We have fun with radio. This is something that it's super cool to do. But, monetization on YouTube has not been very good on the channel. And your donations have helped tremendously over the last year. You have no idea. So do think about a little something to keep us going and make sure that this is something that continues. Much appreciated. So thank you so much for those that donate through PayPal or through the super chat. So the super chat, there's a place in the chat where you can click and give a little something. And of course, the Chinese food tonight and cat treats through PayPal can be done. And here is where you can send it. You can also use the official shortwaveradio@gmail.com address. It does work too. Sends to the same account. Thank you for your support. You guys have no idea how your support is important. JPV 1970, hearing 15034 USB South Florida. Kevin Michael says it's very weak. At 8,000 feet says 15380 good, which is Radio Marti. That's coming off of the North Carolina transmitters in Greenville. John Hummel, nice to have you here. VE5JH from Saskatchewan. He's got 15034. Northeast Saskatchewan, but weak. Yeah, we're like, you're a little bit like me. We're kind of closer. So we're in that skip zone where usually here 15034 will come in from time to time when propagation is a little weird, but most of the time it just skips over. Spindle Twister getting the Volman military weather in Wisconsin clear. RJ Dakota to a point in 1960s. Radio started not having the nice audio characteristic. My newer radios sound just fine. Sometimes I run them through a larger speaker system. Yeah, well, like everything, like everything, as technology moved on, it became cheaper, not having the same quality. When all of the big flood of all American fives. I mean, that was the cheapest thing to do. You know, put 5 tunes in series and a couple of parts, and hey, you got a radio. And so that there was that cheap part of radios where to bring down the price of radios, but they didn't sound as good. They didn't sound. I mean, the All American fives I got here don't sound that great. They sound pretty ordinary compared to this Westinghouse. But this Westinghouse International, I believe when I looked at the price it was sold in 1949, it would be like buying $1,000 radio today. So it was like, oh boy, okay, this thing was expensive for its day, TB Ostrowski says, still bummed out about the imminent loss of weather radio. Those of us that live outside of large population rely on it, feeling ignored. You know what? If we don't get any, I mean, people have been getting, I got my response. People have been getting responses on their emails sent to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada. But somehow, I understand what you're saying. We're going to, we have 2 weeks. We have 2 weeks left. And I somehow am wondering if, they're just ignoring most of us and just like, no, we decided it's going to be turned off and that's it. So, yeah, I'm with you. I am devastated that they are taking that stupid decision. I want to play the audio clip when they mentioned that the service is going to be turned off. But yeah, I'm with you, and I mean, this for me, I'm pretty sure this puts at risk a lot of people that it could be a difference of a life or death situation. Idaho has got 15.380 booming on the DX286. Hope you're enjoying that radio, by the way. At least you got one for now. Tustin Love, the RTTY contesters are avoiding. Yeah, they don't go into the FT bands. They do go in the SSB part, though. They sometimes go as high as 14, 120, 130. Mute Zone, at what time were you doing those FT2 contacts to Europe? So I can laugh for you. 20 meter band was the only band where I could find FT2. So on 14084. And I did most of my contacts around 1920 UTC. Mute Zone. So I'll you know what? If you want to try it, I'll get on FT2 on 20 meters tomorrow around 20 UTC, 3 p.m. The same time that this show starts. And if you're around, look out for me. See if you can get. I made maybe 20 or 25 contacts. Out of those 25, 17 or 18 were European. I got Switzerland, I got the UK, I got France, I got Spain, I got what other? I got a couple. I got Norway and Sweden. I got several from Italy, and of course the rest was mostly U.S. stations. So if you're around tomorrow at 20 UTC, John, I'll switch on the FT2 on 14084. Now I'm not sure though that it could work well because since there's a radio teletype contest, I'm wondering if the RTTY contesters are not all over that part of the frequency range. If it is, then we'll try another time. But it's kind of cool. It was kind of cool to play with that. A new mode is always fun to play with. Jim Gordon, what's your drink tonight? Mine's Guinness Original and a nip of Christmas whiskey to fight off a cold I'm developing. So mine is my Labatt Blue Dry beer, standard Canadian beer. Michael Krum, my name is Michael, and I'm watching in Rocky Point, North Carolina. Nice to have you here. What's good? I guess you'll complete that phrase. John 5822, John H. Yeah, nothing unusual with the war that's happening. Blogger died bought a medium wave FM shortwave radio for $14 that has two 20-watt speakers. It sounds good. There are some of these radios that aren't very expensive. I'm thinking of the XH Data D109. When you listen to that radio, it is very surprising how good it sounds for an inexpensive receiver. There's a lot of these radios that they use these like new technologies, new ways of having that sound get out of the radio that just makes them sound real good. The $13 radio I bought at Addison Electronics, not far from here, same thing. It has very surprising audio out of it. Lester Polyester, nice to have you on board. Vatican Radio coming in strong on 11870. So let's go and check it out. Yep, I've got nothing here, so maybe it's signed off before. Oh. Voice of Vietnam. 11885 coming in quite well. 11885, Voice of Vietnam. 11885 coming in direct from Vietnam. Not too bad. In English. Don't know if I suggested they might ask for donations and keep it going. I think it's government owned. I have no problem with my tax money paying for that, personally. There are things that you just like, you wonder why, but weather radio, I got no problem with my tax money being, paying for that. So, yep, definitely. It's crazy. It's the crazy, yeah, because you know what, Tostanov, so Kenny the Dragon, nice to have you here, VE3DAC. For a long time, 14080 to 14100 was the RTTY, Radio Teletype Band. Oh, let's see if they're going to announce it. Broadcasting from Montreal on a frequency of 162,550 megahertz. The current time is Saturday, February 28th, 2026, 4:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please note that the weather radio and teleweather services will be permanently disconnected on March 16th, 2026. A radio marine simulcast is available via the Canadian Coast Guard. Visit canada.ca/weather or download the WeatherCan mobile application for your local weather information. How out of touch can you be saying, oh, download the WeatherCan app? Yeah, first of all, not everybody's got a smartphone. And second of all, oh, well, go to the marine weather. Yeah, well, if you don't live near where marine weather exists, which is a lot of places, yeah, what are you going to listen to? Static? I, I, I just can't. I just can't. Um, the frequencies right now for FT2 are experimental. They're not yet frozen in stone. They're suggestions. I guess they will again become popular as people use them, and then somebody is going to try to, you know, as they become popular, they're going to be okay. These are the official frequencies for FT2. But they're really suggestions right now. FT2 frequencies that are on the list are suggestions, not official. Immune zone. Yeah, okay. We can Monday. I'm okay with Monday. I can Monday at 20 UT. I'll go on. And actually, it's going to be better because if the contest is there on RTTY, it's going to be quiet on Monday in the bands. So 20 hours UTC Monday on 14084, which is the FT2 frequency. I'll be there. I'll probably be stay there for an hour, sending CQs and making contacts. So if I see you, we'll make an FT2 contact. T. Brostrowski, not trying to be political, but the federal Phoenix space system. Yeah, I know. There's tons of things happening. There's that other system now they're trying to implement with the Canada pension plan that's like going berserk and costing way too much money, and they're all ignoring it. By the way, it's very interesting how the government right now is capable of, you know, ignoring the important stuff. But anyways, that's the problem, and there's so much waste in money that could, I don't think weather radio is. I don't think that weather radio is, enough of a cost burden that it should be terminated. Personally, you know. Kenneth, nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. Logged Ice says, I agree about the D109. Yeah, that radio isn't, I mean, for the price it costs, superb audio out of that little thing. You never think that would happen. Like 20 years ago, when you had a small radio, you lived with the fact that a small radio had crappy audio, and that's it. Today, you get a small radio, and you're like, wow, blown away by the audio quality. Jasmine, the thing about apolitical chat, politics are part of life. So when we talk about the allocation of funding, that is one of the most political things we talk about. There are political. Here we talk about the political aspects of radio broadcastings and services that have to do with radio. And yeah, there are some politics behind a lot of things radio related, and I mean that is okay as long as we just don't go into the, you're stupid because you voted for that, or you're, that I look. Everybody does whatever they want, and the thing is, yeah, there are subjects where we're closer to politics, and a service that's run by the government. Well, there's a little bit of political behind it because it's run by the government, and you can't understand why they're shutting it down. So just though 52 isn't as bunched up as 54 and 58 bands are. Yeah, it's still very new, and it's still a experimental thing. So I need to actually download. I forgot, but I think this week there's an update to the software for FT2. So not that many people are on FT2 yet. Last week, you know what? I went on FT2 and I looked at the suggested frequencies, and the only band I heard FT2 was 20 meters. 14084. That was a sure thing. From what I understand right now, 40 meters, 80 and 20 meters, 40 meters and 20 meters are the two bands where people are doing FT2. The other bands are pretty much not used yet. At 8,000 feet, is Radio Filipinas back? Yes, it is. It is. They are broadcasting weekdays at, what is it? 200? Is 200 their, let me just check here the Filipinas. Yeah, Radio Filipinas, 02 to 0330 in English. 02 to 0330 at 12020, 15640. Here, let's copy paste. So this is the English service at 02 to 0330 for Radio Filipinas. There you go. And they also have a second service in different local language at 1730, 1930. But that's not in English. So in 18 minutes, we will try M12 6982 CW. See if we hear any Morse code coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. And for the rest, no pirates right now. It is early for pirates at this time, especially now the days are getting longer. Skidology, no joy, 11885 in Southern Ontario, Canada. Could be my antenna though. Kenneth, no joy, hearing the voice of Vietnam. That's true. We have to start that new, for every signal Kenneth doesn't hear, we have to find a signal that Kenneth can receive. So we can all say, what's the frequency, Kenneth? David Ward, I'm not getting 11885, but getting Radio Havana, Cuba on 11880. Is their audio good? Yeah, I hear it, but it's kind of weak, actually. Vietnam is stronger. March is going to be the best. Here, March for the Asian signal is going to be fantastic. I always like September and March for that reason. Mike B, I agree about the D109WB was great sound and Bluetooth. Yeah. Imagine how sad that is. I have a weather band D109 that will not get weather band anymore because of the shutdown of... I can't believe it. All I'll hear is the Burlington, Vermont one, the NOAA weathers. Tubrok Tim, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. As well, Signal says, can't hear 11885 in Florida. Radio Havana, Cuba on 11880 too strong. Doesn't know if this app is as good as your cell phone connection. That absolutely. Kenny the Dragon says, personally, I think weather radio is still important when places like mine often have no phone service. Yep. So, you know. John Emil Newell, WeatherCan has tried to move everything over to smartphone. Yeah. Kenny the Dragon, I figured they're turn off weather radio and we will learn the hard way. Yeah. Yeah. But you know what, Jasmine? the weather radio on their own website, they do say that the weather radio is capable of reaching 90% of Canadians, which is the majority, a big chunk of the majority of population. And there's so many activities and stuff that you can do where your cell just doesn't work, and where the only thing that will help you is weather radio. And there's so many examples across Canada of people going, doing stuff, camping, hiking, whatever. The only thing they have, the only thing they have is a weather alert, a weather radio signal, and it's very important. Jasmine, they do have data on how many weather radios sold. Well, the majority of the good weather radios are all capable of giving you the details of what's going on. They can display what the data is giving you, tell you what type of alert it is, and even if they don't have that, just if the radio has the basic weather alert feature, it doesn't matter if there's no display of what they're saying. Because once that alert sounds, you press the button on the radio and you hear the broadcast, and now you have the voice telling you, severe thunderstorms or tornado. And they have not been declining. According to statistics, Jasmine, weather radios have been more than ever popular in places where they are needed. It is not a case of a declining of weather radios in any way. We talked about it several months ago, and there were some services, and you don't use your phone for weather alerts necessarily. Where when it happens, and you can, but I mean, we need weather alert. We need weather radio. We need weather radio. We can't rely on just cell phone and stuff like that. It's very important to keep it. Very important. Tosanov, what power level do they use for the weather band transmitters? I don't know what's the power they use. It's interesting. I don't know if there's an answer here. Let's check it out. How much power does weather radio transmitters use? So, depending on the one you go, it's from 100 to 1,000 watts, but that's the NOAA weather. The answer I got was from the NOAA weather, but I would think that in Canada it must be the same thing. So from 100 to 1,000 watts of power on the VHF range. John H., I watched a thing on a Russian signal that's been around for decades on 4625, same old signal for years. Is it still on? Yeah, oh yeah, the buzzer. It's still on. Still on. 4625. If you use an online SDR in Europe, you'll hear it easily. Just put 4625 upper sideband, and you'll hear the buzzer. Here, it's a tough. Last time I heard it was September or October on a portable receiver outside. And Jeff, don't judge a man by the size of his speaker. Imagine at the times of our i5 stereo systems. Kevin Michael, it is weird that all the Asian stations are not strong on 7 megahertz like always is. Could be something happening with propagation. Brian Leisner, if you ask me today, you can pick one only radio. I would keep the M-Lite 880. Seriously, that good. I haven't put it down for nearly 3 weeks. Now this, with the audio going bad. Tosanov, I think they only use like 100 watts to get 40-mile coverage. Yeah, it's 100 to 1,000, they say. So I guess depending on where they put the transmitter. And Jeff 4147075. This morning heard UK and Mexico this morning and New Jersey. Wow. There's some opening, some inversion, some temperature inversion stuff. Relocating indoors, low battery. Darn batteries. Kenneth needs a VFO. 11880 booming in Texas. What else do we have? What else do we have? Kevin Michael renews New Zealand on 17675 megahertz. Brian Leisner, but this kind of ruined my day. I had exactly the same setup last week, no issues. Yeah. Tosano, the mandatory tornado warnings on cell makes me think they'll be turning it off in the States too eventually. Free choose. How useful was the weather radio in 1998 ice storm? Being a very long event, the ice storm lasted like, a week-ish. And as soon as you start losing power, you start losing your technology. Back in the day, there was no apps. In 98, we were running on simple, we had those Nokia cell phones and stuff like that, which didn't really have apps. They were just basic smartphones. There was no cell phones, and there was no alert system on our phones back then. It didn't exist yet. So two things were keeping you, giving you news: radio, standard radio, AM, FM radio. So of course, a lot of stations went into full-time coverage, and weather radio was important in the sense that if you were in the no power mode, you could at least listen to the weather forecast, see are things going to be bad again or not? Are things getting better? But for me, the power of weather radio is not necessarily in that type of event, because that event gives enough time for stations to get their crappy programming off the air and go live, do something. The power of weather radio is really in the alert that it can give someone that will tell you something is going to happen. An example, like I was saying earlier, how many times it's a beautiful summer day and 20 minutes later it's severe thunderstorm and it's, if not tornado. The weather alert system of these weather radios is always the first one to ever give you all of that info. It's the one that will, put that alert siren on your weather radio immediately. And that will be happening before their cell phone ever does anything, if it does. And I never got a warning on my phone of anything weather bad. I never. Yet, last summer, we did have one day of, even here in Montreal, a tornado warning. And it's like, yeah, well, I knew tornado warning because I knew it by listening to the weather radio. And when there were severe thunderstorms, my weather radio would sound an alarm. And that was the only thing warning me here, honestly. Kev Michael, Jill, what bands in radio in Canada has? Our radios are only AM and FM, nothing else these days. We had good multi-band radios in the 60s and 70s. It's pretty much the same. What we have in Canada pretty much follows what you guys in the US have. It's, just today you buy a radio, it's just AM, FM. And sometimes it's just FM. I've seen quite a few of those. Multi-band radios. When radios were sold in most stores, multi-band radios were more of a thing in the 70s, 80s than today. Today, it's really just you get a little AM, FM radio, and that's it. If you want to, if you can find a radio, a lot of places don't even have them anymore. Haji Dakota, an actual working solution for Canadians. Have a good medium wave radio running 24 hours, full service station, or have several medium wave stations fully transfer to an all weather format. Yeah. We have an all traffic weather station, a radio station in Montreal on 730 kilohertz AM. Why wouldn't we have a 24 hours? I mean, we have on TV, we have cable TV gives us, those weather channels. Why couldn't we have a 24-hour AM weather channel? That'd be good. Kenneth says, if they shut down the Canadian weather radio, I hope Ice Road truckers complain. Yeah. So if you guys want to try it right now, coming through in 2 minutes, 6982 CW. So let's check it out. CW 6.982. And if you don't have CW, you can do 6981 upper sideband. It's also going to work. Tony Magny, nice to have you here from the city of Cork on the south coast of Ireland, where it's you're getting close to 10 p.m. there, and whoops, listening to Iran. So you're getting the Iran TV station 5885. That's good. That's good. And do you like the M-Lite 880, Tony? Seems to be good. Scatology, you can hear the buzzer to the U20, yeah, the U20 SDR, absolutely. Most of the time it's going there. Canadian Dragon, net on 3755. Kevin Michael, 4625 with the buzzer at 9 here. Yeah, Jill, it seems like they could convert the weather radio transmitters to solar or wind up North power. Or wind. I saw wind up. Was like, what? You're going to go wind up the... It's a wind up North power, yes. Yeah, absolutely. They could be super autonomous. Mute Zone, thank you so much for the donation. And 20 hours UTC on Monday. FT2 on 14084 on the FT2 channel. Hey, it's Mixed Radio International Shortwave. Nice to have you here. On the air? Are you on the air? No? Let us know if you are. Yeah, I'm hearing the Morse code, guys. This is coming from St. Petersburg, Russia. I'm hearing. The Morse code coming out of the spy number station on the frequency of 6982 CW or 6981 upper sideband. So nice to have you here, Mixed Radio International Shortwave. Always a pleasure. And it's always a pleasure to listen to your broadcasts, too. It's a lot of fun. Toast Love, don't say anything on 5885. John H., I heard it yesterday on 4624 for about 3 minutes, and then it disappeared because of the sun. Kevin Michael, NOAA weather on the Lulu's on 162.525, coming in on the Pro 525. Skidology, I live in my parents' apartment, so we can't put a long wire outside, but we can put a magnetic loop on our balcony. Brian Leesner, speaking of batteries, I bought two. Let me just go back here. 21700 from Nightcore. They are about 5-6 millimeter too long and will not fit into a normal 21700 receptacle. I actually had to send them photos. Batteries have a slight kind of they're not all perfectly the same size. Even alkalines and rechargeables, like AA's, for example, I've noticed as a slight difference in size sometimes. I actually got one stuck in my Sony 7600 that was so hard, I couldn't get it out. I had to take off the cover of the ICF 7600 and go in manually remove the battery. And I was like, what the hell? Brian Leesley never received a government-issued weather alert on my cell either, third-party apps only. Close enough. I remember looking at radios at Walmart last year, and they didn't have any in store. Yeah, they do sell them online. I've seen that too. Walmart has a Sony AM FM radio, but if you buy it online, if you go to the Walmart itself, they don't have anything. Jada Kuda, since you're talking about weather radios, this is the time of the year where that weather radio starts selling, even in places like Walgreens and our corner supermarkets here. Yeah, because you need them. There's so many places. I can imagine in Tornado Alley, you want to have a weather radio. Bob Rouse, in the USA, over-the-air TV stations have separate phone apps for news and weather. Expectation is for you to download, install both apps. The weather app gives you the weather alerts for the weather service. But still, not everybody has a smartphone. That's the thing. There's a lot of people that don't have a smartphone. We have to remember it's not everyone that has all the technology. A lot of people don't go there. To Brooke Tim, I'll play devil's advocate. Cutting funding for radio makes financial sense. Humanity gets just about everything online. Radio can always be turned back on. The problem is in bad weather, it doesn't work like that. You're left with nothing. If you don't have a radio or a weather radio and stuff like that, I've give you an idea to Brooke Tim. I live in a big city where it's not like rural areas. And yet, 2 years ago, when we had a little 24-hour ice storm, power goes out. My cell phone did not work. And it wasn't because the cell tower was bad. It was because too many people were trying to connect to it. So my internet, I would go to websites and it just wouldn't go. So imagine if it doesn't go to a website, your app that gives you alerts is not giving you alerts because it can't even connect also. And I mean, this is in a big city where, you'd think that it shouldn't be that bad. I have a picture on my Facebook because I had a fun little moment. We had no power for a day and a half, and it was getting cold, and I was hungry, and I called it what Canadians do when weather goes bad, and I put a picture of me cooking 2 eggs and bacon on my barbecue in the backyard with all the ice and snow around it, and it was just so funny. But it doesn't make sense because too many people are in places where the radio is needed. Another example, Turbo Tim, here in Canada, with the size of this country, when you go out of the highways, your cell phone stops working pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. And a lot of people going hiking, going camping, going on boats, things like that. The only link that works is radio, and that's for a lot of people. And a lot of people have the weather radio for that. And if there would be like we were talking, a 24-hour AM weather station, why not? This would be great, especially on AM. It covers a huge distance. You just tune there and you know when things are going to happen. At 8,000 feet, visited the Philippines last year. At least one store in each town carried a brand or two, sometimes 5 different models. Yeah, in Asia, from what I heard, is that everywhere, radios are everywhere. Whatever store you go to, radios are everywhere. Mike B, I watched a show on Voyager 1. It transmits with 22.4 watts, which is, they said 1/10 of a billion trillionth of a watt after it's traveled 15 billion miles of Earth. Yep. Imagine all that noise canceling processing that they have to do to get that little data there and that background noise. Tony says, shell grade radio, I'm still in discovery stage. There are so many settings and parameters. So cool. Batica says, just now made my first FT2 QSO on 7 megahertz. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. Welcome to the club. SWL signal 6982, weak but readable in Florida. Lester Polyester, I've been getting the itch to build a shortwave receiver. Anyone build on ear? I'm thinking of the kitchen region or perhaps a direct conversion receiver. So, do it for the fun. Just go for it. It's fun to build stuff into, I need to build my little FM radio that I've got here, and play with it. Yeah, and you're yeah. Yeah. Jasmine, I wonder how hard it would get to a new shortwave radio service approved. I'm thinking of using HF to bridge mesh networks over long distances or internationally. A new use for old tech. That's a good question. There are costs associated with the fact that you'll have to explain what you're doing, why you're doing it, and the powers used and what equipment you'll use. And there's a process for getting a license. And from what I understand, it's not the easiest process in the world. Your idea is actually good. Using shortwave to have, the connect mesh networks. Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. How difficult it is to go there and get that license, and that's the other story. But it's definitely an interesting idea that you have there. So you have to put down all of the, you start by putting down the idea of what you're going to do and the reason you're going to do it. And then you have to plead your case and say, well, we are going to, broadcast this encrypted mesh network text information, and you'll have to deal with the FCC in the United States, see what they, if it's a service that you do, I mean, there's not going to be any objection of encrypted or not. It's not on the amateur bands. It'd be in the utility band somewhere. But yeah, it definitely is an interesting. I find it a very interesting service. I would be one of those that would be like, yeah, I'm gonna check that out for sure. Because but how difficult? From what I understand, it's not super easy to get licensed for something. There's a lot of hurdles and money involved, which stops a lot of people from doing anything. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. Mute Zone, we have a new local medium wave station. Sorry. Let me just go where I was. So, no, it can be ham. That's for sure, Jasmine. You cannot. There's nothing. Amateur radio as a rule, no encryption allowed. It would have to be a service, some kind of commercial service or whatever that you build. It's just like the HF trading stations that are sending this data for, the stock market. I mean, it's same type of service. It's sending out data, encrypted data, over shortwave. I wonder how long it took for these stations to plead their case, get approved, and then put themselves on the air. That's kind of interesting. So Muzon says we have a new local medium wave station doing test transmissions. Will be fully opening on March 6th. At least a medium wave station here in Europe, opening rather than closing. Yeah, that's good news. Brian Leisner. Maybe it's not the time to do a review for now. Blogger we were without power for 4 days. Neighbors came to me to charge their phones from my car. Kev Michael, Walmart stinks for radios. They want you to get it online. Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't know if I have a strong 500 kilohertz wide signal in the pirate band. I guess it's something local to the Memphis Kiwi. It could be. There was. I know that near the pirate band there was the HF training stations that were there. Skidology, in March of 2025, my small city had a huge ice storm in which we were out of power for like 4 or 5 days. It was the first major ice storm that happened since 2016. Tosanov, yep, they need some sort of weather network on all broadcast stations in Canada. Yep. Kenneth says I built a K2 region set and substituted a 1842 M204 transistor, very sensitive. Ricky Long, too bad the ISM band on HF is so narrow, around 13,560. Yeah. Marvin Botts, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. Jasmine, I'll call you if I hit the lottery. You will be my technical advisor. I'll set it up. Mesh networks around the world in every band possible. But that is interesting because in today's world, I totally understand why people would like to have their own encrypted communication system. And doing it on shortwave is great because it's like nobody can shut it down. It's not like doing it on over the internet. It's like, you shut down the internet, you just, or doing it on like, you guys are doing it on like UHF or something. and that's very local. But you might want to have something big, international. So shortwave is, especially for when you think about that, the mesh networks is very small messages. It doesn't have a lot of data in it. It could be programmed in such a way like FT8 is, being um, very good at sending through noise and everything, and decoding. So even in bad conditions, you still get your messages because the technology and the algorithms used are so good at getting all of that out of that noise, giving you whatever message you just sent. That would be a great way of having a, you know, international network of encrypted communications between groups. And being on shortwave, well, the government can't shut it down. It can shut one, like, you have one place or transmitter, say, in the US, and say the government would want to shut it down because it doesn't like it. Well, if you have another one in Canada, it can be like, okay, well, we'll transfer it through Canada. And it still continues and it still works. And the radio waves, well, they have no borders, so they can continue on, and that's it. It's kind of interesting. It's an interesting concept that I find it. I actually like it, Jasmine. 7593. The next one. 7593. Or 7592, lower side, upper sideband, sorry. In 2 minutes time. Let's try it here. I'm gonna go here. Seven five nine three. Look at that noise. We'll see if we hear anything. CW. Marvin Motts, I'm working on shortwave mesh networks hardware and want to find others like Mind. 500 kilohertz to HF mesh network. Pirate on 6924, it says Cartwood. So we're going to check out the number station and then try to pirate. Jasmine, if there's a lot of room for innovation on HF, I feel, and that innovation should be encouraged. They went out of their way to accommodate HF stock trading. Yep, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of spectrum available for stuff. Marvin Motts, if you publish your encryption information on your website, then you can encrypt your ham radio information. The idea of amateur radio is that it needs to be public. So if I'm hearing the Morse code, 57593, not here, but I am hearing it on the icon with the loop. So I am hearing the spy number station 7593. Oh, I'm hearing it here too when the noise isn't too high. But it is still a little better on the icon with the loop. So, like I was saying, as long as it's if there's an encryption being done on the amateur band, it has to be open source, which means the info to decrypt has to be available to everybody. And Jasmine is not there. She's more into, we want to keep this private, so we don't want to have anybody know what's happening. So it definitely can be anything that has to do with it has to do with amateur radio, that's for sure. Joseph, a lot of countries don't even have that stable of power. I remember when, for example, I was in Egypt or in Pakistan, that they always had outages on and off all day, every day. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right, Paul. See you back. Jasmine Yezhel, that is. Oops. What gave me the idea was people in Medford, Oregon were hearing us here in Seattle, and people in Vancouver. I thought we had this big connected area. Could be bigger with HF backbones. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the fact that it's text and doesn't have that much data to send every time it sends a message can be done with really good algorithms that pierce through that noise. So it would make it very reliable. There would be extreme cases when, the sun gets mad at us that could be a little tough, but most of the time it would work fine. And messages would go across. Nobody can decrypt. No borders. Wherever you are in the world. You could even have, we'll put it like spy number stations. You can even have, we've got some stuff to tell you, but you could be in the same thing. You could be in the middle of a field somewhere. Nobody knows who you are. Get your mesh text messages with information that you need, and nobody knows. You just some guy in a park with a radio, and then you've gone, and nobody ever knew what you were doing. I always think of that like the number stations that we hear when I'm in my little urban de-expeditions in the summertime, thinking, how perfect this is. If you really want to send a secret message to somebody, you do it on HF, no tracing. You cannot locate anybody listening to it. And you could just, with a very small portable receiver, be in the middle of nowhere, get your message, and that's it. You have what you needed. Nobody can trace it. Nobody knows. And the mesh network could work in the same way when you want to send out some specific messages. Marvin Motts, F4JXQ has a great mesh ham radio article entitled Ham Radio Manifesto. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Ontario, Canada. And yeah, well, it's not. There are some frequencies for some scientific instrumentation on 11 meters, yeah, and the CB band. Actually, I remember when I was listening to the CB when I was a teenager. There were a couple of frequencies that often were used for radio control toys that had these weird bursts of data back in the day. And somebody had told me at one point that it was some instrumentation from hospitals that were sending data on that frequency. Kenneth, HF stock trading, the FCC uses the money to receive from the pirate radios they shut down. Yeah, I'm still wondering how much money did they ever get off of that? It seems like a big joke, just like, well, don't do it again and we're warning you, but it's like, yeah, where's the money? Where's the money? Sorry, it's a spindle twister. I understand what you wanted to, but let's keep all of that out of here. Yeah, it's all right. Ken Michael, no 7593 here. Got plenty to say, but not here. Kenneth, no join 7993. Yeah, let's just keep it, it's history, but yeah. Jasmine, funny you should mention spy numbers in this context. Someone is building one-time pad capability onto an open source mesh or app. Yeah. Because I mean, by the looks of all of it, by what you're talking and what I understand of it, is it it it's like spy number stations in some way. You could, just have extremely secret operations. You could have, that mesh network could have very secret operations going on it. I mean, I could understand. I could understand the usefulness of this in today's world, because in all sorts of fields of technology, of science, um, we have a feeling that not everybody's happy with what we discover, what we talk about. The truthfulness of everything is being questioned. Some want to shut down some people for what they're saying and so on. Through a mesh network, only the people that need to know. Nobody else knows because it's encrypted and there's nothing you can do about it. And you can have, it would be like kind of a both thing. It could be a general thing of, here are encrypted stuff. Here are text for, a general group. But he also can pinpoint specific people and say, oh, you've got a special message that's going to be decoded with, your one-time pad or whatever on whatever app or whatever way you're going to receive it. It is interesting, and I think it is needed. I think there would be a use for something like that over HF, particularly, to make it difficult or impossible to know whoever's receiving what at the other end. Yeah, you know the point where it's starting to transmit, but you don't know where it's being received. So it's extreme. It's way more secretive, way more hidden than sending anything over the internet. Marvin Mott says, I talked to some people, government people in Japan, and ISM frequencies are okay to screw around with. No license, high power. Jasmine, I'm going to talk with some people and try to get this idea moving. So yeah, that's a great idea. I like it. Honestly, I love it. And there is a need for that. There is a need for that. There's, I without sounding gloomy or anything, I think there will be more and more of a need for that in the type of world we're moving into, going on forward. And why not use what we have? Shortwave, there's a lot of space on shortwave where there's nothing on. And those mesh networks could be very narrow band. They don't even have to be, they don't have to be like the trading stations that are just like this big. You could be very narrow band, little signals here and there. And yeah, you know what? Lots of information could be sent through that. Could be very efficient too with the noise. FT8 like noise cancellation in a mesh network with the data going on. I'm pretty sure, Jasmine. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that is an interesting thing. It's a good question. I remember thinking, that I should write to a few people here in Canada and say, it's like, how complicated is it to get, how can you get, some license for a transmitter on shortwave? Yeah, I guess I don't know how the message are sent, but if it's like kind of a text message on a phone, there definitely probably some information in there that shows where it's coming from. But the idea behind it, though, Ricky, is if you do it on shortwave, you could send that text to be sent out to the proper transmitter, which could be somewhere else, to be received by some other place. Bandwidth can be more than you think. Some implementations are as wide as 500 kilohertz. It's interesting. Yeah, but it can be divided into several little, smaller. Like you have one band and you have, I don't know, 15 frequencies, and you can cut it down to smaller chunks on 15 different frequencies in a specific band, for example. It's interesting. There's something interesting about it. Anyways, that's for sure. It's and I do think that shortwave is a great way of hiding a lot of what you do. Kind of interesting here. Marvin Motz, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Don't forget, guys, that if you want to send a little something, you can. Through the super chat, like our friend Marvin Motz just did. It really helps. You have no idea. And of course, there's the PayPal for the Chinese food and cat food. And don't mix it up. It's not Paul the Cat being Chinese food. through PayPal at this email. And so next SPY number station is going to be on 8187. 8187. So I'm going to put 8187 here. And 8187 CW. We'll see if it comes through. And then I will take a few minutes for my caregiving duties, guys. Caregiving duties, guys. Check my PayPal account. All right, guys, I'm going to check my PayPal account. Make sure that it works. But, you know, it could be like, you know, a bunch of little transmissions that are, you know, I don't know, 25, 50 kilohertz wide here and there on the frequency ranges. So, you know. And that definitely is an interesting project. Thank you, Kenneth, for your donation. Much appreciated. And thank you, Mark Brando, for the donation. Mike Hill and all of you. So much appreciated. Much appreciated. You guys are great. And thanks for helping out. Okay, yeah, I will, Kenneth. So 8187 kilohertz CW or 8186 upper sideband if you don't have CW mode for the next number station in less than 2 minutes time. Oh yeah, the encryption is done by the computers themselves, for sure, Brian. It's like the computers or the devices used are going to encrypt, and you know, as long as the other end has something to decrypt. There could be some form of handshake. Here we go. I just heard some Morse code. So there's some kind of test that just happened because I just heard a little something. And we're still a minute away. Which happens often on those pirate frequencies. Those number station frequencies. What happens is that they tend to do kind of little tests probably to see if everything's all right before the transmission happens. So we got something starting today. Mesh networking over HF radio. There we go. Very good signal. Well, very good. Good signal. It's the best signal of all the frequencies for me. Pretty good. Marvin Motts, I think that PSK31 data speed is optimum for basic keyboard chit chat. Yep. of course, what happens is you got to understand that that mesh network might be used by multiple people at the same time, which will make the bandwidth larger, but we can spread it out through several smaller feeds of signals. JJN, though, they're not just CW or RTTY or MFSK. There are some like these M12, but there's a lot of voice transmission still being used. Poland has the oblique one that I heard so many times here. Russia has some voice also. There's a lot of Asian signals. Taiwan, Korea, a lot of their number stations are voice also. So it depends on what they want to do and how. One thing for sure is that CW or digital modes might sometimes be a better way for making sure that it is received well, because voice could be difficult when there's a lot of noise. But it's a mix of all of that. There's some, MFSK stuff. There's some CW, RTTY, narrow kind of RTTY. There's voice. There's still a lot of voice transmissions over the schedules. David Ward is hearing CW on 8186 upper sideband. Jasmine says, we are so lucky in Seattle to have two big hack spaces with a lot of people my age into tech. They even do ham exams there and have a radio night once a month. That is cool. That is definitely cool. Especially when you think of, trying to get younger people into the hobby in some way or into radio listening. I find that really, really cool. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario, Canada. Skitology, hearing CW on 8186 upper sideband. Tosinov is hearing at 187. Marvin Motz, I love the idea of shortwave, long haul, and local mesh connected, but we need PSK 31 like local mesh. Mesh static is too slow, perhaps. Joseph, my favorite these days is the New Star station in Taiwan on 18040. That one is coming up in about two hours' time. Kenneth No Joy on 8187 CW. So sad, Kenneth. I almost feel bad. We'll have to find a signal for Kenneth, absolutely. Jasmine says, Jill, it's not uncommon on Capitol Hill and Seattle to see somebody's 3D printed case with an antenna sticking out. I went to Cal Anderson. Whoops, reload. Browser just crashed. Went to Cal Anderson Park and saw someone put up a long wire antenna. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So we're hearing that Morse code. Yep, in 15 minutes-ish. So as I need to go and do my caregiving duties, we'll take a few minutes, guys. I'll also bring my new beer so I can not run out of beer. That would be such a tragedy, running out of beer in the live show. And I'm going to I'm going to leave it here on the Morse code. So see you in a few minutes, guys. And there we go. You're back. In a few minutes, we'll try Voice of Turkey and Radio Romania for all of this. Okay. What do we have? Jasmine Salt texts were spotty during the big Super Bowl parade downtown, as the networks were overwhelmed, but the mesh worked fine with 1 million people in the streets. We're expecting the same on March 28th, when we expect another 1 million people in Seattle Center. DH1AO, nice to have you here. 4141 USB to PIP is heard. Same as 3756 upper sideband. I've never heard the PIP ever here in North America. I've tried several times and never heard the PIP. So let's see if there's some pirate activity. 850 and up. Let's go up. Pirate activity. $6925. $6925. There's something. So 6925, there is a pirate there right now. And it is apparently Valley Girl Radio. So it's Valley Girl Radio. That's on 6925 upper sideband right now. It's not too bad here in Montreal. So interesting to see what we are getting here. Black and I not getting 8788, maybe later. Toast and Love, there's some sort of weird Iona sound near 8187, but it's some sort of interference, I guess. 8187. Okay. And what's the frequency of the 8788? Let me oh, you're in set. Wait, 8788. It's 8188. 8187, sorry. WLL. Marine is marine weather for WLO in Mobile, Alabama on the 3/4 hour. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. 8788. So I haven't checked WLO in a long time. I checked it in the beginning when Jasmine was talking about it, but I've not tuned it in a while. So they're playing Kajagoogoo song. Kajagoogoo song. Too Shy or something like that is the title of the song. J Projects, thank you so much for the donation. It is much appreciated. Lester Polyester has China Radio Week on 11740. Tosanov has some wideband noise from 6300 to 6900 kilohertz. Handy, nice to have you here from Prince Edward Island. Got Egypt, Cairo, Radio, Monrovia, West Africa this morning. Huh. Yeah, Kajagoogoo. Yes, that kind of thing. I was like, did I type it correctly? Okay. All right. So let's check out for normally 5960 should have interval signal. Nothing there. But Radio Romania's interval signal is on 6030. So that's Radio Romania signing on in English. This is to Western Europe, though. But for a lot of us on the East Coast, it still comes in really well because the general direction of the signal is coming towards North America. And since it's darkness across most of the pad, pretty much all the pad, it's okay. So we're getting that now. RJ Dakota, 6925 not available. Kenneth, no joy. Kenneth's gonna do he's gonna leave because he's not hearing anything. Kenneth, try 11780 Radio Nacional Amazonas. It must be coming in for you. 11780. Let's go check that out. All right, Kenneth, just for you, a signal that I'm sure you're gonna hear. 11780.
Duas torcidas fanáticas brigando sem parar. Agredindo o adversário, que agora já virou inimigo. Enquanto isso, a sua vida não sai do zona zero. Esse é um jogo cheio de impedimentos. É o salário que não cresce, a educação que não melhora, a saúde que te mata, guerras intermináveis. Política não é futebol. Não pode ser paixão que cega e nem aposta que engana. Ainda dá tempo para mudar esse jogo. No Brasil que podemos e merecemos ser. Venha com o PSDB.
Very good signal here from Radio Nacional Amazonas. Tell me, KW 1161, you hear Radio Nacional Amazonas on 11780. Skidology hearing the interval signal for RRI. They're now in English.
You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, and other social media platforms. Our programs are also available on TuneIn, Radio Romania International 1, and in Europe via satellite.
Finally, we found a signal for Kenneth. What's the frequency, Kenneth? 11780. Nice to have a signal there. Plug it I tuned 6030 10 seconds before you said it. Aha. He's quick on the dial. He's quick on the dial. Idaho Ahead, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. I feel so bad about having so much trouble sending you that freaking box. It's like, oh God, why is it so complicated? You know what? I'm soon to take a plane and just go directly and hand it to you in person. Might be easier. Luis Perez, hearing 11780 in Tucson. Tosanov 11780 is like 50 over S9. RJ Dakota 11780. Wonderful here as always. So there's some interesting signals around it. We should maybe tune around a little more. Joseph, I can get 11780 through a ton of noise. Maybe my antennas were moving around a bit. DH1AO 11870, barely above noise. There is something station. Scatology is pretty weak on 6030 today. And of course, our friend Voice of Turkey, which is our hit or miss thing, is tonight missing on 5960. Craig Martinetti, okay. Our noise floor, I mean mine, is driving me nuts. John Newell. Since I have my new neighbors, it's like I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. So here's the sound of opening of a can of beer. And there we go. And we are back with another beer. So cheers, everybody. Look at those bubbles. I don't know if you can see them. And it's real cold. Really, really good. So, Esther Polyester has 11780 S7 here. Voice of Turkey has tons of problems. They're there half of the time. You don't even know when you tune their frequencies. Are they going to be on the air, or is it going to be not there? Or I don't know if it's some kind of computational problem, but it's like, come on. So cheers, everyone. It's always nice to be here. It's always cool to have all of you here. Don't forget, if you like what I do, super chat. And of course, Chinese food and cat treats through PayPal. It is much appreciated. You have no idea, guys. This has been helping me continue doing this. Thanks to all of you that are, donating and helping out. Turning on AGC automatic gas control to see bubbles. JJ Ando says my condo is noisy. Got to get my G90 mobile. Yeah, it's a Labatt Blue. I don't want to show the brand. YouTube is a little sensitive on showing stuff with brand names lately, but it's a Labatt beer called Labatt Blue. Nice to have you here, Luis Perez. What's near the Radio Nacional Amazonas? $11,790 seems to be China Radio. Yep, China Radio International. In English to Southeast Asia. This signal from China reminds me of the good old days when I was using my Kenwood R5000 in the early 90s, and there are not that much of relays back in the day. China Radio was mostly coming out of, first of all, they were called Radio Beijing, and they were coming out of China direct for almost everything. And it's like Radio Japan, and for me it was like such an amazing thing for me to to be listening to, Japan and China, and often on the 25-meter band, which was one of the best bands for that. Getting QSL cards from Radio Beijing and so on. Tosanov 11760, some weird digital signal, I guess. 11760 should technically be no, this is a bad transmitter. It's not even a digital signal. This is Radio Havana, Cuba, with a very bad transmitter humming like crazy. It's as simple as that. It's really, really a Radio Havana, Cuba with a humming signal that their transmitter is really going bad. So sad that there's no audio on Radio Havana, Cuba 11880 because the signal's good. There's just no audio. $12,000 kilohertz. Those are the wow, this is strong. The over the horizon radars coming out of northern Canada and the Nunavut area near the Arctic Circle. What's on 12015 at this time coming in? It's weak, but it's interesting. It's interesting. 12015 at 23 UT is China. No, it's Voice of Korea. Voice of Korea, KCBS. So this is North Korea, not very strong, but North Korea is coming in on 12015 right now. But it's rather weak. Laggard Eyes, 11790 is okay. It's got the Radio Peking calendar from 81 on the wall. That's cool. Yeah, because the dates work for this year. That is nice. Man, I love their calendars. That was one I would do my calendar run every year, starting late November, early December. I would write to all stations and just say, oh, by the way, if you have any calendars, it would be it would be appreciated. But the Radio Beijing, Peking calendars were so amazing. Man, I love to receive them every year. It was just so cool. I will have to see if my shilly comes out better than the RHC signal. Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here from a sunny and warm Denver. Here it was when I started the live show at 3 p.m., it was 50 Fahrenheit-ish. And now we're at 32 Fahrenheit 3 hours later. And tonight it's supposed to go down to like minus, and Fahrenheit's about minus 15, minus 20. More like minus. Let me think that over. No, not minus. Around. No, okay, I'm wrong in my calculations there. Tonight it's supposed to go down around about 15, not minus 15, but around 15 Fahrenheit. But tomorrow night, we're supposed to go down and plunge into minus, like maybe minus 5 Fahrenheit. It's going to be real cold, like minus 20, 22 tomorrow night. Look at that. Yes, the 1981 calendar works this year. This one says Radio Peking, Beijing, China. Yeah, that was the transition. 81, 82, they transitioned from Radio Peking and became Radio Beijing. I remember the first time that I heard them, they were Radio Peking. And I remember a few months after, in 82-ish, they became Radio Beijing. What I miss a little of that time period is that the announcers were Chinese, so they had that heavy accent in English. Today, they just hire whoever speaks English very well to do their show, so they don't sound Chinese anymore. They sound just like some kind of mainstream shortwave station. But back in the day, we would listen to their Chinese announcers speaking English. It added a little something exotic to that, which we don't have today. So take care, Toast and Loaf, and have a good birthday party. Black or die. Oh, good. That cool clock and calendar in the background I purchased on Amazon about 6 months ago. Nice to see you here, Steelick000, and appreciate your good comments. So I bought that on Amazon, and you can set it at a specific color if you want. I put mine in different colors that are changing constantly. It has also one of the really cool features is that, man, is it accurate. It keeps time so well compared to all the clocks I've ever seen that you don't really have to correct the clock very often. So I bought that on Amazon. I thought it was nice. And like I said, you could put it any color you want. If you wanted, green, red, yellow, whatever, you can do it. Mine is set to change colors all the time. But I purchased it because I thought I find it interesting that people can see what time it is in UTC while we're doing the show. So I thought, well, this is nice. I actually want to do something and maybe put it on a wall, like somewhere like whoa, stuff to here, somewhere here, and so that you guys can see it all the time. Because when I turn around, you guys don't see it anymore. And since I have radios on each side, I want you guys to see the both radios and so on. But it's available on Amazon. Skidology has Radio Mali on 5995 coming in. And Joseph Shell, I listen to Sierra all the time. If you listen really closely, there is still some difference in the way Chinese people speak English, even if it's very good. Yeah, I would guess. Well, I do know that there is a slight accent on their English, but I mean, that is like really that is really good English compared to what we had with Radio Beijing. I promise I have an actual degree in linguistics. No, I do hear those very slight differences. I do notice, but I mean, compared to You know, it's not exotic compared to what we heard with Radio Beijing. Timothy Gunter, nice to have you here. There was teachers who Chinese children English online from the US, of course, that ended. There was teachers who I taught Chinese or something. I don't know. I would guess. At 8,000 feet, 13,560, the beep sounds better in USB. What is that? That's a scientific instrumentation frequency. What you hear there is close to you. It could be machines, scientific machinery. It could be RFID tags, all sorts of things like that. They are all on that frequency. But that is all really close to you. Pretty choose reggae music on 6030 from Romania. Some Romanian reggae. Ricky says at least one host of CRI English is an American who was even doing a show from the US at some point. It's like Ricky, like NHK Radio Japan. When you listen to their French language service, one of the guys there, he's obviously Quebecois because you just hear that Quebecois accent and it's French. It's spoken French. So the first time I heard it, I was like, wow, there's this Quebec guy on NHK Radio Japan in French. What the hell? And it's so obvious. Anybody that's been in Quebec and heard Quebec French, immediately it just jumps at you. It's like, oh, wow, that's Quebec French. He's got the Quebec French accent. It's just so funny. Brian Lees, it also depends on their English teachers, British or American English. Yep, definitely. It's like, you know, it's like Quebec French, French from France, and so on is different. Jasmine, my cousin teaches English in China. I'm learning Mandarin in the Duolingo app. Cool. Yeah, at 8,000 feet. It is interesting. Todd, okay. Timothy Genter. I knew there was something probably wrong with the sentence. The H1AO, it was so nice back in time when I was listening to stations from Africa, Asia, and South America, Caribbean with their dialects and music. Kept my imagination going when we had no internet. You know, we literally traveled the world through radio. When you look at all that we've heard, what we listened to, we could see the differences in, you know, and Spanish from Spain and the Spanish from Latin America or South America, and the different styles of music. You know, I remember finding it so exotic to hear the Ecuadorian music on HCJB. It made me, at first it sounded so exotic, and it made me kind of travel. I was traveling to Quito, Ecuador for an hour on a show. I was traveling to some other country. When we listened to Radio Moscow, you know, we were almost in Russia. It was like, well, I'm listening to, you know, there's a magic in what, for older people like us that went back in time and heard all of what was available. We traveled the world through radio. It's as simple as that. You know, I was listening this week because I started playing around with the Shoyoung receivers because I updated all their Shoyoung. The WT2, the Mini, the LC90 Mini, the LC90 Normal, and I started streaming stuff. And one was on Radio Australia, one was on Cape Talk, South Africa. I like to listen to that. It's a talk radio station, Cape Talk 567. If you guys want to have something in English from South Africa that might sometimes kind of remind you of Radio RSA, just stream Cape Talk 567, and it is at the Cape in South Africa. And I had that. I had Radio Australia, and I had a stream of, what was the other stream I had on? I had a stream from, I don't remember the other station, but anyways, it's the closest to what we lived through on shortwave that we can hear today. Those that are streaming like that we can listen to. And it's really kind of cool, you know. Take care, Ricky. Always nice to have you on board. Stay safe. It was just, fun to hear all of that. And the other one was on the BBC World Service. Yeah. And it's like, wow. Brian Leesner, Gilles has the same accent as one of my ice hockey heroes, Bernie Perrin, the immortal goalie that Philadelphia still loves to this day. And I can spell ice hockey. Third Ferguson, does it bother you that you can't use width or shift in AM mode on the Yaesu? Or is it really not an issue for you? It would have bothered me if that Yaesu would have been built in 1990. It would have bothered me terribly because it would have been an issue in shortwave broadcast listening because of how wide the routing filter is at 12 kilohertz. And that would have been a big problem. In today, shortwave world, it doesn't bother me too much because most of the time the stations are not that close. It did bother me last summer. I remember last summer, when Spain is on 17.855, there was Spain 17.855 really strong, and there was Radio France International really strong on 17.850, 5 kilohertz below. That was kind of, okay, I can't separate them. I had to use lower or upper sideband to listen to these stations. I find that stupid that they don't allow that roofing filter to be, like, let me go to the smaller roofing filter if I want to. I don't know, but the decision I know is taken because ICOM and Yaesu and Kenwood, when they make a ham radio station, they make the radio itself for amateur radio purpose. They do not have in mind that this is also shortwave radio. We can listen to broadcasts. So it's not on their list. Their list is this should operate really good on amateur bands. And we'll do all we can to have these operating really good on amateur bands. Because that's the purpose of this radio. It's meant to be used in amateur bands. Unfortunately, this one is in the hands of a shortwave radio listener, which uses the shortwave radio listening part. I listen 90% of the time, transmit 10% of the time on this radio. So on the amateur bands, it's okay. But on the shortwave bands, yeah, it could be a nuisance. But it doesn't happen too much today. But if that would have been the case, if that radio would have been the radio that would come out in the 80s when there were tons and tons and tons of all stations jam-packed together, that would have been a bad shortwave radio. It would have been the one that would say, oh, this is crappy. And actually, it's one of the comments. I reviewed it on my channel. And it's one of the comments I did. It's like, there's no excuse for not allowing us to have better bandwidth filters even for shortwave listening on AM mode. There's no excuse. I mean, this is a $2,000 radio. I mean, come on. We got Texans that cost less than $100 that are better than this and handling signals on shortwave. No excuse. I'm sorry. This is where I always say there ain't no perfect radio. There's always something on some radios that, will be like, yeah, okay. But, yeah. Apparently, in the 70s, people had bumper stickers that said, only the Lord saves more than Bernie Parent. Oh, man. I agree, radio is the coolest thing out there. It will be there till the end. Yeah. Take care. Oh, you got kicked out. Okay. Well, welcome back, RJ Dakota. Brian Leeser, man, I am old. I go back to the Broad Street Bullies days. Old-fashioned North American ice hockey. No helmets, no teeth. Yeah, that happened a lot back in the day. It was something. No helmets, no nothing. Yeah, man, I would go out and play hockey with my friends, and I had absolutely zero protection. I remember that I, playing hockey, fell, and my skate hit my best friend's forehead real hard, and he started bleeding, and it's like it swollen and bleeding like crazy, and I'm like going nuts. I mean, we didn't have any protection back then. We just played, and that's it. All we did was like, oh, stop your crying. Jose, nice to have you here from Chicago. What's on 9565? It is Radio Marti from Greenville, North Carolina, which is a broadcast to Cuba from the United States. Andy, let me go here. Okay, let me go back. I'm missing out on, okay, here we go. So Andy says 2 cool captures, 2 pirate stations. Valley Gold Radio just signed on 6925 with very good signal here in PEI, and 6950 both live now. Pretty cool. I'm gonna go check what we can hear on 6950. I heard Valley Girl Radio earlier, so let's check it out. Yeah, still hearing it. $6950 is an AM mode. It's coming in also. So 2 pirate stations, pretty cool. Chinese on 18970. Yeah, it's probably China Radio International jamming. 18970. Let's check it out. Jamming the Taiwan station. Yeah, hearing it. Man, almost 19 megahertz. 18970. This is China National Radio 1 jamming the Taiwan station. 18970. Yep, CNR1 jammer Fire Drake. And it's jamming Sound of Hope from Taiwan. So it's coming in now. Joseph, nice. 11780 coming in better after some antenna repositioning. facing the coast, so pretty cool. Yeah, TikTok radio station. Timothy Gunter, I always get 11780. Yeah, that one is always good. At 8,000 feet, 11780 Vancouver, just but understandable. Joseph Nothing on 6950. Brian Leisner 6950 sounds good. I think it just turned off. Skillology, nothing on the 18970. Joseph 18970, I would guess. Yeah, you're on the West Coast, so you should be hearing it really strong. So that's interesting. Let's check out if there's anything else. I'm curious to see if there's anything else. Okay. So let's go back to 19 and let's see if there's any other Shana radio outlets.
With an MLA 30 plus antenna with an SINPO of 55454. So next
15770 is the voice of Shortwave radio guy via WRMI.
Peter from Australia, and he writes he has been able to listen to some of our recent broadcasts via our archive page on the website. And which is great.
Hey, Jace Gilbert, nice to have you here and having a good breakfast there in Australia.
Program as well. And you said that your email that QSL was sent out, unfortunately, as of the 15th of February, has not received it yet. But Peter, keep me updated.
So 15770 WRMI with the voice of Shortwave radio guy. Idaho Head has 18970 strong. A lot of people are having 11780 pretty good. So pretty keep listening, see if Taiwan sneaks through. Yeah, pretty good. Okay, Kenneth of 19970 jamming heard in Tucson 59 preferred their music. I like the Fire Drake. Honestly, I always enjoyed when there was the Fire Drake thing. That was always fun to listen to. Personally. Or sometimes they jam with the with their Chinese music radio stuff. Well, kind of nice to see that we're hearing China on such a high frequency, almost 19 megahertz. Mix Helena says, hello, bot at the Grundig S350DL to try and listen to the world. I'm not getting anything. You might have too much interference where you are. First, are you sure that the radio works well? These old Grundigs, which are Ethon receivers, tend to go bad easily. So you need to make sure that it actually does work. And the best thing that you can do is try to go to a quiet spot like a park, or go outside somewhere far from houses and tune around with it to see if it receives anything. If in a quiet place like a park you get nothing, the radio has a problem. The Ethon S350, because they're granted grounding, but they're not grounding receivers. They're Ethon receivers. S350, S450 have pretty major issues. So you need to make sure it works, first of all. And the second, well, that's the big problem with shortwave when people don't hear anything very often, is because where you live, the S350 has a signal indicator. When you turn it on, if you see that you hear nothing and that the signal indicator is full scale, noise. You got too much noise. So it's washing out everything. And this is the big problem of shortwave in 2026. Our electronics and their devices are crazy noisy, and it actually interferes with our listening. So 6950 is what? Is there anybody that so 6925 an idea? There should be one on 6935 also. So 6950, 6935, 6925. Check it out. So 6925 and 6935, I hear them. They're very weak, but there are two pirate stations on 6935 and 6925. Yeah, it's possible you have too much noise. Take it for a spin outside, far from everything and technology, and you might see that suddenly it comes alive with a lot of signals. DH1AO, 100 kilohertz LoRaWAN. Are there any LoRaWAN station left on that 100 kilohertz? Here in Montreal, I don't hear anything anymore. I remember when there were tons of them, and we could hear the LoRaWAN stations there. But it's not. I don't hear anything anymore here. So I don't know if Europe. Do you hear something DH1AO and in Europe? All right, Mix. Michael, I second that Ethon radios go bad. Yeah, a lot of them do, unfortunately. That brand is very unreliable. Jesus, having sardines on toast. I've never actually eaten sardines in my whole life. For some reason, I'm not sure. I want to try. Maybe I should. Signal's getting weak fast here. We're probably going past the gray line propagation to Asia here. Let's try the RWM station. I want to see if I can hear. Yeah, I'm hearing the time pip. 9996. It's not strong compared to when I sometimes get it really good, but the RWM time signal off of Moscow, Russia. 9996 is coming in slightly. I can hear the time pips right now. 9996. If you don't have CW, you can do 9997 lower sideband. 9997 lower sideband. What else do we have? Blogger Eyes hearing Radio Rebellion on 5025. Let's check that out. 5.025. I hear it here. I hear there's a slight signal up here. Not very strong, but it's there. GMAC Classic, a great classic, the ETHA Elite Executive AM FM Aircraft Band Shortwave. Yeah, that one I have. It works well. Mike WX50, any word on Keegan DXer? It's been a long time since saw him in the chat. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen him in a long time on any of the places where I usually see him post stuff. So I guess maybe he's either busy or it's kind of a complicated time. Hope he is well though. SR286DX. Could you please try 5995 Radio Mali, currently well received on the VA3XA QSDR near Ottawa? Let's check it out. 5995. It is there. It is there. I hear music right now. But yeah, I hear it with music, but I don't hear it. My noise floor here is very high, so it's in the noise. But I definitely hear Mali on 5995. Timothy Gunter here, 5025 every night. Sometimes good, sometimes not so good. The H1AO, yes, neighboring island still shut down their Laurentide transmitter, but there are still some transmitting. Okay, interesting. Brian Leisner, 6935 has faded in. Matt MDK2 says, I've been getting RWM 9996 in the evening around 04 UT. Good. Patience got me a signal, says Brian. So we have GMAC for user-friendly radio. I got the C Crane CC Skywave 2. JML 9997, got it. Old radios 5025, no joy. GMAC Fun Cheap Radio, the XH did a D328. Yeah, I got one here. Maybe I should play a little more with it, but I didn't find it that great here, so I should take it out and have it for another spin. Yeah, I also hope that Keegan is well. I mean, he had so many rough things happen in such a short amount of time. Poor guy. Black and I, 5995 good. H1AO 9265 fading here. Yeah, WINB in the US on that frequency. Absolutely. In Pennsylvania. Kennett power stations on 6990 and 15770 for 8 in Tucson, Arizona. 6990? Let me check Well, one that is strong here, 6920. 6920, a pretty good pirate here with they're playing the song I Want Candy or Love Candy or whatever. So pretty good signal from 6920 upper sideband. MDK2 says it was cold Friday and last weekend here. One of maybe 6 winter weather days we've had this season. Wow. I can say that Montreal here, we got hit with the coldest winter in I don't know how many years. They're actually telling us this week that, you know, because I'm on a budget plan for electricity. And they're telling us, I want candy. Yeah, that's it, WX50. They were telling us, wait till they renew that, you know, you're going to pay. So it's like, yeah, I can imagine that it's going to cost a lot more money when it renews in September. Because this winter has been not only cold, but it started early. We had snow, and, you know, usually in Montreal, when you have snow in November, you kind of expect it to melt before we get to Christmas. And we got snow the first week of November, and there was not one day since then that there was no snow on the ground. It's pretty crazy. But definitely the coldest winter that I can remember in a very long time. Here, when temperatures drop below -20, I have to keep the water running. And I did that almost 10 times this year. Brian Leeser, I'm not on the budget plan. This winter had me crying with the energy bills. Unreal. The neighbors there, they came up to me and knocked on the door. They got they're not on a budget plan because they never had a electricity bill before. So they have to do a full year before they accept the budget plan. They showed me their electricity bill for December and January, $535. I was like, whoa. They're going nuts. They're like, I can't believe we're paying this. I was like, yeah, I know. And now it's the faster time pips of 9996. I mean, the time pips are able to actually go up to S3 on the meter here. DH1AO, even here it was cold as 15 years ago. Long time, no icebreaker was needed for our ferries. This year, full pack ice. It's just crazy. Well, here in my case, Brian Leesner, we're okay. We're lucky because there's no, we don't have a water bill. Here, there's no water bill to pay. So we can waste all the water we want, and it doesn't matter. Canada has been wetter than predicted in Tucson, Arizona. Hey, welcome back, Paul. Brian Leesner, yeah, my usual bills were in the 500 club. Old radio 7200 playing War by Edwin Starr. So some 80s music on 6920. Right now, my budget plan is 100. I'm paying 128 a month. I expect that to go like to 150, probably 140, maybe 150 in September. It's just so freaking cold. So 6920 is on ID. There is a Radio Beethoven Alpine Symphony Network on 6935.
Get ready to lose it in the cutest, most chaotic way possible. Because things are about to get musical, bouncy, and totally emotional. Coming up next on Valley Girl Radio, the sexy Midnight Runners with Come On, I Need You. Yeah, that song that starts all shy and folky and then explodes into full-on overly powered.
So 6920 upper sideband. Interesting. The 9996 actually seems to be getting stronger right now. It's better than it was like 15 minutes ago. So 6920 Pirate. Old radio's hearing some classical and that static. Timothy Gunter, I'm lucky compared to what I just heard for utilities. Old radios, it was reversed, and the classical was as loud as the static. Dixie's Midnight Runners, fun music video for that. So kind of cool to if you guys want to try the Asian the Taiwan stations, the V13 stations, which starts with some gongs and kind of weird Chinese music or whatever. Here are the frequencies they're going to be on in 6-minute time. The V13 Taiwan number stations in Mandarin China. So for those that want to try that at 0 UTC, check that out. Have a good dinner, Matt. So these are the frequencies. If you want to try those Taiwanese, if you're on the West Coast, try them. You have a good chance of hearing them, especially with the propagation we're having tonight. I think this is going to be a good night for that. Here on the East, since the CNR1 jammer is almost impossible now, I don't expect that to come in, but we'll still try it. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Okay. K9KV, Drew, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Through PayPal. So let's check that out in 5 minutes. 9930 is WTWW in the US. And so check it out here. Mike B9930, very clear in Southwest Colorado. Let's check out the quickly the 31 meter band here. I'm just curious. WRMI, surprisingly strong on 9955, considering that it's broadcasting to the Caribbean. So WTWW 9930. 9900. 9900. So that is Radio Taiwan International. Or, yeah, it could, okay, both are in Mandarin, so I don't know which one. It could be Senior One Jammer. So it's either Taiwan or China. Spain is good on 9690. $95.90 with some Chinese style music. $95.90. China Radio International in Spanish to South America. A really good signal. Radio Marti 9565. Radio Romania signing on for their Spanish service. And 470 also with some Chinese music, which is China National Radio 1. Pretty good signal, 31 meter band, giving a lot of signals from China. So let's go and check out the Taiwan stations. So 15388. Let's see if I hear anything there. And there's something on 15390, but I don't think 388 is making it. 15890. 15890. Let's go. Wow, this is longer than doing 15890. And of course, 18040, I believe, is the other one. Nothing seems to be coming in on the East Coast here, but on the West Coast, you guys might hear some stuff there. So what else do we have? People are hearing 9930. Skill Boy hearing carrier 15388. But no, yeah, but if you're hearing a tone, it's from station on 15390. Tori, hello world, nice to have you here. I renewed my ham radio license, and have you heard about GMRS possibly getting 30 to 50 megahertz? I've not checked that, but that's interesting. So they're going to get channels in the 30 to 50 megahertz range. Wow. Mike B got 9955 in Colorado. Mike B also has 9690 in Colorado. Kenneth has 9930 in Tucson, Arizona. Old radios. Started here 9590. Mike B 9565 is great. Hey, David in Barcelona, Spain. ¿Cómo está, mi amigo? Brian Leisner, 9510. I hear an interval signal. Radio Romania. Telewicha L4INE. Nice to have you on board. At 8,000 feet, 15388, nothing in Vancouver, BC. Like I said earlier, the clock is bought it on Amazon. It's one of those clocks that is very, very interesting. You can set it to a specific color if you want, or cycle through colors like I do. Free to choose. So much stuff from China now. You understand why I want to learn Mandarin. Yep. Brian Leisner, 15890, noise, not even a carrier. Maybe did not catch. At some point they'll be there. Probably if propagation helps us a little more. They're often coming on the West Coast. Trying the frequencies of the KPS station. KPS. KPH. Yeah, they're still going until 01 UT. Still going until 01 UT. Steelix, how do you hook up that monitor to the radio? The Yaesu FTDX10 has a DVI video port on the back. So all you do is get you get the proper cable and a monitor that has a DVI input, and you get the same screen that I have on the radio on the screen here. So this is what it's partly one of the things that actually made me choose a FTDX10. I wanted to have something that I didn't have a brand before. Yaesu was never a brand I had purchased. But it was a good radio. It was well rated. And when I saw that it had a video output for the screen, I was like, okay. One of the reasons I also wanted it is, okay, I want that. It's nice to have that possibility of getting the output on the screen here. Yeah, and I think in the US you have to renew the ham license regularly, the H1AO. Here in Canada, it's for life. So my VE2 Zulu India is going to be is going to exist unless somebody tells that I'm dead, is going to exist until my age of 120 years. So there's a good side and a bad side to it. Not renewing is nice. Renewing, but not renewing is bad for one thing. If your license goes up to 120 years, what happens is that if nobody told anyone that you were dead, all of these call signs are, hooked up to someone that's deceased. And some people might want to have some of these call signs, you know. Skidology, I hear Radio Marti quite clear on 9820. Just switched to my D808 from the ATS Mini. Mike says WX50 says 15890 with a very weak signal on KPH SDR. Atari says I saw a YouTube video regarding the GMRS possible additions to include 30 to 50 megahertz. It may not happen. Because you know what? There's a lot of stuff still in 30 to 50 megahertz. It might be dead in some R parts, and you might think there's not a lot. You know, in some areas there might not be the lot. You might have the impression it's dead, but when propagation hits, so putting GMRS in the 30 to 50 megahertz range is, I don't think it could happen because there's too much still there. There's still a lot of law enforcement in the U.S. Of you know, all sorts of fire departments and so on, and a lot of military stuff that still use that that range. Eamon Gerard Doherty, nice to have you here. Here in Canada, they decided when I got my license, it was free. It was like cost nothing, and it's for life. They probably kind of decided why the hell, you know, even if you pay $50, it doesn't even pay for all the costs of having people and resources taken to do it. So they just, here in Canada, it's like, yeah. So you get your license totally free once you pass your exam, and it doesn't cost you anything. You're for life. And the only fees that we have in Canada is if you want to change your call sign. So if, for example, you'd see another call sign, you want to have that one, or have a second call sign for some reason, you know, maybe contesting and so on, then there is a fee. I think it's $60 for that for that to happen. So and so Keith McNeil, cheers to 120 years. Yeah. I'll still be making live YouTube shows, but everybody's going to be gone. Let's not think about that. Who knows at 8,000 feet? We'll see when we are on the other side. I hope we can have, you know, good propagation. I hope if we go on the other side that we can, like, you know what I would like to is, like, with all this stuff that's supposed to be there, well, give me the possibility to come back as it might, even if I'm like invisible ghost, but use a radio and listen to the shortwave bands of the 60s and 50s, and I don't know. I'd like that. Yeah, same here. The H1AO here, it's even worse. Here we could be silent key and still have a ham license. I'll operate from my grave. There'll be an antenna on my tombstone. If you come to Montreal when I'm dead, you'll have to watch tombstones with antennas on them. Yeah, says Joe, when you get the congrats from the Prime Minister for reaching 120 along with the renewal notice for your ham license. You know, with the technology today that's improving our lives, who knows that, you know, someday we might go to 130, 140, or 150, and it's like, okay, what happens now? I'm 120. You're going to send me a renewal notice? Or just say, oh, he's dead. You know, he must be dead. Tori, can you operate your ham radio in your car, or will you be fined for having the mic in your hand? There are exceptions to that rule. So, you, of course, like a lot of places, are not allowed to operate your smartphone or cell phone and have it in your hand while driving or in your car. We have very strict rules here, even though there are tons of idiots that still do it. But there's exceptions to the rules for people that have CB radios and amateur radio. You can operate, as long as you're not dangerous, you can operate your ham station or your CB radio with a microphone in your hand, and it doesn't count. It's not like having a smartphone. So there's an exception to that rule. Now, how well is that exception being done? I don't know. If the cops see you with a microphone in your hand, will they stop you and give you a fine or something because they don't know that there's an exception to rules? Tari, can you listen to police radio on your ham radio? Here, the police, provincial, the city police, the provincial police, Canadian RCMP are all encrypted, so we can't listen to any of the law enforcement anymore. And of course, there's a rule in Canada. The rule of listening, the rule for radio listening is that if something is not meant for you and it is encrypted, it is illegal to decrypt it and listen. Which means if you listen to the police, which meant that you have the way to decrypt the encrypted signal, you are illegal. And that is not allowed. You can listen to the police or to anything as long as it's not encrypted. It could be digital. Like there's a lot of digital signals. I have a lot of companies and even the city of Montreal has a lot of communications on NXDN digital mode, which I hear on my ICOM ICR30. That you're allowed. It's not encrypted. It's just digital. So that is permitted. That is okay. But if it's encrypted and not meant for you, you're not allowed to decrypt and listen. Joseph says they probably have enough recordings of you to make an infinite live show for infinity. What's going to happen, Joseph, is like someday when I'm gone, AI is going to do a live shortwave show with my voice, and it's just going to continue forever. Chenmia, running satellite 750 versus Texan 2200X, which best? Don't get the 750. Get the 2200X. You do not want the 750 at all. You want the 2200X. That's for sure. Teruicha L4INE, but recently Poland has been mysteriously receiving a temporary signal from Radio New Zealand on shortwave, and birdsong could be heard. Yeah, that's the interval signal. So what you are hearing is the interval signal of Radio New Zealand, simply in Poland. I hear it all the time here in Montreal in Canada. That's their interval signal before they start their new day of broadcast, their new hours of broadcasting. At 8,000 feet, tombstones with antennas and dials. Radios once looked like that. They did. The cathedral radios look kind of like tombstones. So yeah, maybe. Now that we think about it, that's interesting. These Free to choose, exceptions for cops. Cops can drive with a cell phone in their hand. Yeah, well, cops are cops. They do whatever they want. So, the last, well, not all throughout. We've got to be careful about one thing. Free to choose. Local police is not encrypted everywhere in Quebec. It is in Montreal. It is in some other cities, but it's not everywhere in Quebec yet. I know there are cities that still have police on P25, for example, which is digital mode. Things like that. But in the United States, there are tons of places where the police and law enforcement is still not encrypted in any way. Depends where you live. Some places, yep, nothing more. Some places, yeah. GMAC, is trunking scanners still work? Trunking scanners do work because trunking scanners, what they do is use, because everything is trunked, even today. Even today, even the digital stuff, there's my NXDN stuff is trunked. Trunk simply means that it is divided into several frequencies, and there's a header that tells which channel to use when communications go through, so you can follow a conversation. This is still in operation today. Trunking is still used for communications. Free to choose, is P25 allowed? Yes, absolutely. As long as it's not encrypted. If it's not encrypted, you can listen to it. It doesn't matter what digital mode it uses, if you can decode that digital mode with the radio, but as long as it's not encrypted. Joseph says, I could listen to Gilles' calming voice all day. Wow. I don't know how many times people told me, it's like, when you talk, it's just like, so on my tech channel, one guy was like, you take a news item that everybody goes crazy, but the voice you use to talk about it and describe it is so calm that it's like, oh, okay. So I don't have to worry about it, Or even if I have to worry about it, one guy said, even if I have to worry about it, you just put it down to where it and just like relax. This is what you should do, and this is how you're going to deal with it. And I don't know how many times people told me, it's like, your voice is so, Free to choose. Oh, you want to be the Brother Stare of ham operators. Yeah, well, I think a lot of you will probably be happier to hear my eternal voice than Brother Stare's. Imagine Gilles' eternal voice. Turbo Tim, wait till the summer comes, and wait when the summer comes. Turbo Tim, the frequencies and the higher frequencies are going to come in. The other thing about when you want to try, I don't know what time you go to bed. New Zealand. I can bet you that let me just check for RNZ, Radio New Zealand. If you go to bed late, you will hear, let's give you a frequency here, at 06 UTC. That's 2 in the morning here, and no, that's 1 in the morning here in the East Coast. 13755 usually gives a really good signal, but you have to stay up late. 06 UT for that one. And in the morning, early morning hours, 11725 could be good. But for the rest, wait till the summer arrives. Whatever frequency you're going to use, maybe 17675, often comes in really well. So hang in there. Winter is never the best time for Radio New Zealand, like here in Montreal, for example. So, you know. Let's try 1188. Is Cuba coming in with something? Oh, look at that. Cuba. Radio Vanny Cuba in English. So 11880 with decent audio off of Radio Havana, Cuba. Thanks, JPV's 1970. Skidology. I've heard Reach Beyond Australia a couple of days ago. I was surprised to hear it because I never was able to pick up Reach Beyond Australia before. You know, it's always a question of being at the right place, at the right frequency, in the right time. Because you can hear a lot of stuff. Marvin Motts, I have Tubestone radios from the early 1930s. They were called Tubestones then. Very morose time of our history. Yeah. Then they became known as cathedral radios, but they kind of look like tombstones. Jasmine, it will be cool to live to see at least the first years of the next century, so long as I still have the capability to understand what's happening. Yeah. But you'll hear it to Rotom. Hang in there as summer comes in slowly. Late March, April, there are gonna be opportunities, and you'll hear it. You know, I always think about how technology changed over the last 100 years. I'm thinking of the people that were born, like my parents were born in 1930, where technology was not much there. And they've seen radio, FM radio, they've seen TV, black and white TV, and color TV, and eventually computers. And I think about, wow, all of that they've seen and grew up with, and it's just wow. And you know, we're going on. I'm a 1969 guy who grew up with the basic technologies of electronics and, you know, radio and TV, color TV and stuff like that. Then came the world of computers, you know, with my Commodore computer and all, and then cell phones and all sorts of fancy things. And it's like, wow, it's, you know, just amazing. So depending on the age you are, you know, what you're going to see in the future, you know, what will it be like in 50 years from now? What fancy technology we don't have yet, you know, that people are going to have in their pockets, and they're going to be like, oh, what? They have that in their own, you know, in a pocket? Really? There's so many things. It's pretty crazy. I'll be 100 in 2069. So if I want to live to my ham license 120 years, that means I have to live up to 2089 to make sure I live through my ham radio license. Oh, God. Just crazy. Hey, Shelly, nice to have you here from South Central Pennsylvania. Nice to have you on board. I mean, you know. So what do we have here? MDK2. Imagine, Marvin Motts, how long it took me to get used to the fact that I could listen to my own voice when I made YouTube videos. When I started making YouTube videos, it took me an enormous amount of time. It took me a good year that I could feel comfortable listening to my voice. And you guys don't understand that because you guys hear my voice and my voice is the way it is. But my voice resonating in my head and listening to a video is like, "Ooh, okay, I sound like that. Okay. I didn't think I sounded like that." So, when people tell me, it's like, "Oh, I hate hearing my voice." Well, you get used to it. Today is not a problem for me. Today is like, it's normal. Hearing my own voice on a recording, on a video, is totally normal. It's something that is part of my life now because of all I've been doing on YouTube. But yeah, the first times you do that, I was like, oh boy, I sound like that? Ooh, okay. I don't want to talk anymore. Oh, you got to take care of yourself, Shelly, okay? If you're not feeling well, really, really take care of yourself, all right? We want you to come back strong. If I could see man go back on the moon with that Artemis mission, I would love it because I just think about the 1969 moon landing, and it's like, well, it will enable me to see and maybe feel the same thing that people felt back then thanks to that mission. I just hope it goes through because it seems really complicated right now. Marvin Mott still hears voices in his head when he closes his eyes at night. I don't need YouTube. Fun fact, I never remember my dreams. I had a dream this week that Paul the cat had brought over tons of his cat friends, and they were all talking to me with like a human voice. And I was actually talking to them saying, how did you guys start talking? I'm amazed. And why is Paul not talking? He's just meowing. And then I woke up, I was like, what the hell was that dream? Cat's talking to me. All right. Yeah. Marvin Motts. Timothy Gunter, that is that Newman from Radio Vanny, Cuba, 11880. Kidology, 11880, coming kind of clear. Mike B, 11930 strong in Colorado. Tori, where is the realistic DX160 radio? I see you have the speaker. I had the radio back in 78, 79. It cost about 160 from Radio Shack. So the story behind the speaker here, and by the way, if you guys want to have a fun little fact, if you've seen Apollo 13 movie, if you have access to the movie, go and watch it. And when the mission is going wrong, the wife of one of the astronauts could listen to the NASA communications. And what they did is they actually took this speaker and just put a NASA sticker on in front of it to make us think that that was a original 1969 piece of equipment to listen to NASA. So that is exactly what they took. So story behind this is a fan of my channel here that when they said, look, I got a original speaker that was meant for the DX160, and he modified it. Actually, he changed a few things inside to change the audio, and he put a plug on it for me to connect it to whatever radio I want to plug it in. So this is actually something that was given to me by one of my YouTube fans, and he sent it to me with a few other things in the same box. I need to actually the icon right now is plugged into the realistic speaker. I should actually next Saturday plug in that speaker instead and have it work with the icon. It'd be kind of fun. So that was given to me by a fan. $11,880 free to choose. $11,880 for Cuba. Microwave Mick had the DX120. Wasn't as classy but damn fun. Well, I had the DX100, which was a crappy radio, but you know what? It was what I had, and I didn't know anything about what a good radio was all about. And there were so many broadcasts back then. It received tons of broadcasts. So I just tuned around thinking I had, a top-notch radio. The innocent, ignorant, young teenager that, when I got home with that radio was like, man, paying $100 for a radio, that must be a good radio. No. But I didn't know back then, and I was happy with it. And that's what's important. When I do a review and people go mad, are you happy with your radio? You use it? Then, who cares? Who cares? I'm giving my opinion. It's not even an opinion. Most of it is giving my review of using it and noticing all the flaws. So it's not even an opinion. It's, telling you that radio has those flaws. And some people get mad. And it's like, why do you get mad at me for telling that radio has this crappy thing, this crappy thing, this crappy thing? Everybody knows the Grundig 750 / Ethon 750 / Texan S2000. I put it in the most crappy radio part of a radio. But you know what? I see a lot of people using one, and I can understand maybe why you bought one, because it does look cool. And you know what? If you're happy with it, it's not it doesn't receive. I always say it is because for the price paid, it's a tough radio to go by. And if anybody tells me, well, you never poo-poo Texan radios, it's a Texan. It's a Texan 2000. It's kind of crappy, but that's all. If you know what, you use it, you love it, you're okay with it, don't listen to me. Just use it. You know what other people say about stuff, Old radios. I think it's while my folks were born at the end of the black and white movie era that they are early 60s babies. Yep. Sorry, didn't shut down the internet in Iran. Yep. Iran internet and smart cell phones are not working. Everything's shut down. I still remember when we got cable TV. Oh, God. That was a revolution. Now, I not only don't have just 4 freaking channels, I've got 25. If you modulate your voice, it always sounds good, especially if you mean it. Huh. The Wonderful World of Disney. Oh, God. On Sunday nights, that would play here on the Radio Canada, CBC. Sunday nights, 7 p.m. was like the wonderful world of Disney. We had that here too. Oh, that's nice. First woman. That's cool, Jasmine. I miss the days where Montreal had so many um, AM stations that all had their own flavor, their own way of being. CGMS 1280, CKAC 730, CKVL 850. Then we had the CBC Radio Canada, which was on 690 and 940. The CKLM 1570, that was a powerhouse signal back in the 80s and 70s. That station, a friend of mine that isn't a radio guy, but he lived most of his part in the Gaspé area of the end of Quebec, and moved here in Montreal, many years ago. He knows I'm a radio geek, and one day, because he's taking care of his mom in the Gaspé area, and I told him, I said, I wish I could go and visit you and stay for a few days, say hello, and keep you company, and at the same time, being next to the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, oh man, I'd bring radios with me, because I just want to see what am I going to hear being this close to the ocean. And so he started asking me questions about, oh, you mean being close to the ocean is going to change radio waves and stuff? And I said, oh, you have no idea. I'm going to hear things in that area that I never did hear here in Montreal. But we came to talking about, he started talking about AM radio stations he'd listen at night when he was a teenager. And he said, I remember a station from, like, Montreal or something like that on 1570 that he would listen at night because of the music. And I said, oh, you'd listen to CKLM 1570, which was on Laval. Laval is the city that's just north of Montreal on the other side of the river. And that station was a powerhouse back in the day. I mean, there were reports back in the day from Europe, people hearing that station all the time. Its beam was going eastward. I was blasted here, well, where I lived, not that far from here. I was blasted by 1570, which was so darn strong. And it's like, oh man, I miss those days of local small stations. I remember hearing one station, because a friend of mine would live in Saint-Hyacinthe, and he was in Montreal a few days a week. And when he was in Montreal, we would, gather and we would have fun together, play games and do all sorts of things. But he would go back to Saint-Hyacinthe, and there was this station on 1240, I believe, in Saint-Hyacinthe. And they would have at night a call-in show where people would ask for their songs. I still remember every freaking night of the week, the same guy always calling, because he always wanted to hear Stairway to Heaven from Led Zeppelin. But it was so cool. These are little things that I found so cool that I really miss from back in the day of the AM broadcast bands and so on, And JF-60 was 10 years old when Apollo landed on the moon. So it's in July, so it means that April, May, June, July. I was 4 months old. I still remember. Man. A Dragnet. Oh, God. Brian Leesner, Dragnet. Jasmine, I agree, Shil. There are some very good videos about how they haven't even figured out what the lander is going to be. That kind of scares me a little. Thinking, are they going to really go? It seems it's very difficult, to. We see today how science is underfunded, and with all that's happening, it's like you. Anyways, what is Paul holding out for better pay? But I do still remember. I still remember how I annoyed my mom for I don't know how many months. Because when so let me just go to the back up a little. So I still remember when Much Music was available for the first time in Canada with music videos. I was a music freak. I would listen to music all the time. Oh man, music videos on cable. So they had like this 1 month free before they went paid, and I was like, "Oh come on, mom! I look. You're giving me $5 a week to put the garbage out. Don't give me $5 a week and give me Much Music. I want to have Much Music." And I don't know if she lied. It might be. I never asked her after, but I remember she told me, "Oh well, I tried several times to call the cable company and it was always busy, so I ended up just like it was too long to wait on the line." And I was like, "Yeah, okay." I never got my Much Music. So all I enjoyed through that period was every year they had that one, like 3 weeks or 1 month free. So I would just binge watch Much Music for a month. And then I was like, okay, it's over. Oh, God. Yeah, doctors advertising cigarettes. Oh, God, that's something. That is something from the day. I can tell you that. You look at that and you're like, oh, God. Oh, God. Um, what else do we have? David, that's a cool speaker for sure. Here in my shack table, I have the same ICR 8500 and Realistic Minimus 2.5 combo. Atari, when's the next Zoom? We're gonna have one in March. We're gonna have one, and it's gonna be. I'm gonna give you the exact date. We'll have a Zoom on Sunday, March the 29th. So put that on your calendar. Sunday, March the 29th. Kathy, nice to have you here. Kenneth, Joe, the reason people hate to admit mistakes. Yeah. You know. Andy 9670 is what? Faint and PI. You might be hearing on 9670, you might be hearing what is Oops. From Europe, you might be hearing channel 292. And I'm pretty sure that's what you're hearing. Channel 292 in Germany, where they broadcast in all sorts of programming. They sometimes broadcast towards North America with programming. So channel 292 is like 24 hours on that frequency. Catty Audi, I can hear 11880. Listen from Northern California. Usually very noisy in my QTH. Cool. Can I remember my Dish Network days and coming home after swing shift, 120 channels of infomercials. Yeah. The Springsteen song, 57 channels and nothing on. Yeah. It became eventually that, pretty much. Michael, I use it and don't love it. The 750 right now, it's my only radio. But, it receives, and it's not that it's not sensitive or anything. It will receive what you want to listen to. Jasmine, we should just stick to radio discussion here, avoids derailing and detours into politics and religion, both of which the current war is about. Mike WX50 had a handheld AM radio in the 60s and loved it. Old radio stairway, aka the DJ got a poop song. Free to choose. CKLM had such a strong signal that if you were on the Highway 30, you heard nothing but CKLM all over the AM band. It was even possible to hear on longwave. Oh yeah, CKLM was that powerhouse signal. And I can tell you one thing. It was I had a hard time on my radios because where I lived, not very far from here, it was blasting my radios pretty much even here. It was crazy. It was crazy. Kathy says, I enjoyed trying to listen to 660 AM out of Arizona, a Navajo Nation station. Oh, that's cool. It must have had some very interesting and unique programming. Yeah, today that's what is happening. And back in the days it was like, 10 minutes program and 1 minute ads. Today it's like TV. It's like you get so many ads. Hey, take care, Jasmine. Stay safe. I don't realize what happened, but don't take it or take anything too personal. It's I Okay, let me just check it out here. That's not political. A simple question, and didn't they shut down internet in Iran? There's nothing political about that. It's a question of, yeah, and that's why shortwave is important. All I'm gonna say. There's nothing political about it. It's a fact. It's, I don't know. Okay. Mix, what's the best thing you would advise a newbie like myself when it comes to getting into shortwave radio? Oh boy. You know what's the problem in 2026 is that shortwave radio is so different than it used to be. There's a very steep learning curve of things you listen to or not. Um, I think, and I probably the best thing that you can do is so we talked about noise. Maybe you're not getting anything because it's too noisy where you are. The S350DL has that signal indicator that shows there's a signal there. Find yourself a real quiet place where it doesn't show that there's a million signals. That means you're going to be in a quiet place and just slowly tune around and listen to what you got there. I think it's the best thing you can do when you're new to the hobby. That's what I did when I was in 1982. I didn't know nothing. I unpacked the radio. I put it on a table. I stuck out that telescopic and I just started tuning around. The difference in 1982 when I started, you could do that from your living room. There were no noise around you. In 2026, it doesn't work like that. You probably need to go somewhere else to listen because there's too much noise around you. So, on one, you got to find a quiet spot. Two, start tuning around and start asking Google or the internet, what's this on? Because actually, you have a lot of answers when you Google, oh, what's in Spanish on 9565, you probably going to have an answer immediately, even with just a Google search. Then you have, the websites where they give you schedules and learn about stuff. But start slowly. Start by finding your spot where, okay, I think here it's quiet, and tune around slowly and see what you're hearing. You should be hearing stuff. Honestly, you should be hearing stuff. But okay, 61, 650 is what I shoot for WSM, but I get either KTMI. Yeah, WSM is that station we get here in Montreal on 650 for the most part. Radio Raising the Dead. Nice to have you here from India. Nice to have you on board. Yeah, BBC has reactivated some Farsi transmissions towards Iran. Absolutely. Tobruk Tim, back in the 60s at night, I would listen to Kirby Scott Underground on CKLW on the AM band. Mix, what's the craziest thing you ever listened on shortwave? Oh man, there's so many things over the years. From hearing exotic stuff from Africa and everywhere, which amazed me all the time, to I remember one night we used to have a net here in Montreal in the 2 meter band, amateur radio band. And we would, on Sunday nights, where we would talk shortwave. And I remember one evening where somebody said, hey, on 5616, which is a Coast Guard emergency or rescue and response frequency. And there was a boat on fire just like near the coast of New England in the Atlantic Ocean, and you could hear the minute by minute operators trying to save people on a boat on fire. It was crazy. It was crazy. There's so many things that I heard on shortwave was just so amazing. I'll tell you that. You know, for some of us, unfortunately, for some of us, that's the thing. And this is why in the summertime, I always do little de-expeditions in remote areas, you know, parks and stuff, because I get stuff here. I realize I'm up to a certain point lucky, but it's very noisy. But when I go to a park where there's no noise, oh man, I just find it so amazing what I'm listening to. So, yeah. You might need, unfortunately, for a lot of us, you might need to go somewhere else to listen to the radio. And this is the sad thing. This is why I always say noise is what's really killing our hobby, much more than anything else. So, yeah, it's crazy, but that's the way it is. Unfortunately, noise is like, and it's getting worse all the time here from the year 2000 to now. Oh man, it's getting worse and worse. I got new neighbors next door, and since they're moved in, I have higher noise on my ham radio stuff. You know, it drives me nuts because it's something I love, and the less I hear, you know, the more annoying it gets. But you know, if you really like it, you got, you know, to try it. And so, you know, it that's the way it works. For some of us, we don't want to have any, we don't have any choice. We have to go, you know, take a walk outside, bring a radio, go to a park, local park, set up on a picnic table, and tune around the bands, and you know, and then you come back home, and it's like, yeah, I don't hear half of what I heard there. Yeah, it is sad. That's the way it is today. So, hey guys, we're almost at 5 hours, and I have to edit the International Radio Report show for tomorrow morning. I also have to finish my utility column for the Canadian International DX Club for March, which is a lot of stuff to do, and eat my Chinese food at the same time. I want to thank everybody for being here today. It was a lot of fun. Hope that everybody had really, really a good time. And we'll be back next Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time. And it's always fun to be here. And thanks you guys for your donations through either the Super Chat or PayPal. It was much appreciated, because this is what helps me continue. And thanks for all of this. Thanks for the support, and thank you for being here, and thank you for being amazing people. All right, so next week, first show of the month of March, and last month of the B25 season of schedules. We're 4 weeks away from the new schedules, guys. Pretty amazing. So take care, guys, and stay safe. All right, love you all, and see you next week, 20 hours Universal Time. Bye, everybody.